Chapter 1026, What Grade? Chapter 1026, What Grade? What's going on here? Could it be that the refinement failed? Ruan Shuangzhou looked at the dragon sovereign cauldron's transformation nervously. This medicinal pill was refined for him. If it were to be ruined, he would have no place to go and cry. The expressions of Ao Qian and the rest were likewise very ugly. It was clearly still smooth sailing earlier. Why would the situation suddenly change drastically? The dragon sovereign cauldron's undulations became more and more intense. This sort of undulation was virtually identical with the forewarning of cauldron explosion. Not good, the cauldron is going to explode. Ao Qian's expression changed as he said. Xiao Ruyan and Ren Dong were already greatly alarmed when they saw the situation and yelled, "Master, quickly give up, the cauldron is going to explode." High-grade Tier 9 medicinal pills. Once the cauldron exploded, the power was unimaginable. It was virtually equivalent to a divine king's all-out attack. At a distance as close as Yi Yuan's, he would be seriously injured if not dead. But Yi Yuan seemingly could not hear everyone's yells at all. The movements of his hands did not pause in the slightest. The dragon sovereign cauldron's undulations became more and more intense. Ao Qian's face fell and he said, "No way. At this rate, Yi Yuan will be blown to death. You all move aside, I'll go save him." Done talking, Ao Qian arrived within the range of Yi Yuan's pill refinement in a panic. He did not pause in the slightest and directly extended his hand towards Yi Yuan and grabbed. But right at this time, a ray of golden light flashed out from inside the dragon sovereign cauldron. Rumble! Ao Qian was directly blasted until he flew out far away, without the least bit of strength to resist. Everyone turned pale with fright and hurriedly went over to help Ao Qian up. "Ao Qian, are you all right?" Wu Luo asked. Ao Qian did not speak. His gaze locked onto the direction Yi Yuan was at, his gaze filled with a look of shock. Divine Tao Aura. It's absolutely Divine Tao Aura. This is the undulation of Divine Tao laws. How is this possible? Ao Qian had a look of disbelief as he muttered. Hearing Ao Qian's murmurings, everyone's faces all revealed dumbfounded expressions. Refining Tier 9 medicinal pills, how could the undulation of Divine Tao laws possibly appear? Rumble! Right then, another ray of golden light shot toward the sky from inside the dragon sovereign cauldron and headed straight for the 9 stars formation diagram. But this ray of golden light was several times more blinding compared to the 2 rays previously. For some time, the 9 stars formation diagram radiated with a brilliant splendor, dazzling until people could not open their eyes. But at this time, Yi Yuan had a look of intoxication. All of his body and mind was used to comprehend the divine inscriptions of the Medicine God's soul canon. He also did not expect that this kind of abnormal change would actually occur when refining Tier 9 medicinal pills after breaking through to Tao Profound. Yi Yuan knew that this was his alchemy Tao comprehensions arousing the divine inscriptions' resonance. That was why this kind of change would occur. Divine inscriptions were written with the power of laws. Yi Yuan's alchemy Tao comprehensions already reached an exceedingly high realm. With every movement it would produce a resonance with the great Tao. While the Medicine God's soul canon was an alchemy Tao's arcane canon. What was written inside were all alchemy Tao laws. Therefore, Yi Yuan displaying the 9 stars imperial heaven art finally triggered the divine inscription's abnormal change. Yi Yuan carefully comprehended the divine Tao laws and actually had a feeling of achieving mastery through a comprehensive study of a subject. Although this sort of feeling could not be put into words, it was recorded inside his body bit by bit. It had tremendous benefits regarding Yi Yuan's path of alchemy Tao in the future. The dragon sovereign cauldron did not blow up. It emitted rays of golden light instead. Yi Yuan actually gave people a sort of sacred feeling being situated inside these golden light. Ao Qian they all actually had an impulse to want to prostrate in wars. Hi plus P rumble. Rumble. Rays of golden light shot towards the sky. The stars on the 9 stars formation diagram were lighting up one by one. Originally, with Yi Yuan's present cultivation realm, completing the refinement this time and lighting up the 9 stars required a full 3 days. Now this process was cut down by 3 times, and the refinement of the 9 stars imperial heaven art was more difficult the more it reached the back. Especially the 9th star, it was when problems occurred the easiest. But now this process was completed incomparably smoothly. The final ray of golden light shot up towards the sky and directly converged into the 9th star on the formation diagram. All of a sudden, the entire formation diagram gave off a dazzling light, illuminating the originally dark skies like it was daytime. A glint flickered across Yi Yuan's eyes, and he cried out, "Formation diagram, retract! Medicinal pill, form!" It was as if the 9 stars formation diagram obtained a command and actually slowly landed in the direction of the dragon sovereign cauldron. Rumble! Under Yi Yuan's manipulation, that gargantuan formation diagram shrunk until it was roughly the size of a square inch, and directly entered inside the dragon sovereign cauldron. Seeing this scene, the agitation inside Ruan Shuangzhou's heart was simply unable to be described with words. This was a medicinal pill refined with divine Tao laws. What kind of effect would it achieve? But he immediately became somewhat worried about personal gains and losses. This medicinal pill was so precious, so would Yi Yuan give him or not? Yi Yuan currently took in 4 divine king servants, and his strength was the weakest. If Yi Yuan did not give him, that was also something within reason. Go over and take a look. Jiang Taitsong patted Ruan Shuangzhou's shoulder and said smilingly. Don't come over, it hasn't ended yet. Yi Yuan suddenly gave a stern cry, frightening Ao Qian and the others who were just about to come over. Originally, the 9 stars formation diagram was already withdrawn, and the skies had cleared up. But at this time, dark clouds suddenly gathered overhead in the skies again. A terrifying pressure descended upon the dragon clan once more. What the hell? Heavenly tribulation again? It wouldn't be a greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation one more time, right? Isn't this wanting our old lives? Seeing ghost. Dragon Lord is too capable of inflicting suffering. Refining a pill actually called down such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. There was a hubbub of clamoring in the dragon clan, each and every one criticizing him endlessly. The other day, Yi Yuan had just summoned a terrifying greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation and nearly made the dragon clan suffer heavy casualties. It had only been a few days and he summoned such a terrifying heavenly tribulation again by refining a medicinal pill. Crack crack! Rumble! In a twinkle, a bolt of lightning the thickness of a basin directly hurtled down from within the void, rumbling into the dragon's sovereign cauldron. Following that, bolt after bolt of lightning tribulation rumbled down, continuously lasting for as long as an hour. Seeing that terrifying heavenly tribulation did not affect bystanders, only then did everyone let out a sigh of relief. Yi Yuan did not stay very far away. He knew that this was pill tribulation. It aimed for medicinal pills and did not target the person. To be able to trigger pill tribulation, not one was not a heaven-defying medicinal pill. His pill refinement this time actually triggered divine Tao laws. This 9-truth pill was probably not ordinary. Once his thoughts reached here, Yi Yuan also could not wait to open up the furnace and examine the pill. This level of high-grade Tier 9 medicinal pill, it was Yi Yuan's first time refining it too. He naturally looked forward to it endlessly. As for the other people, especially Ruan Shuangzhou, that went even more without saying. Your Excellency, what grade will this 9-truth pill be? Ruan Shuangzhou asked very cautiously, like a little wifey that did not dare to speak. What he was most afraid of right now was Yi Yuan suddenly saying that this medicinal pill was not giving to him. How could Yi Yuan not know his thoughts? He smiled and said, "Relax, no matter what grade of medicinal pill it is, it's yours." Ruan Shuangzhou felt that the most wonderful words he heard in this lifetime were this sentence of Yi Yuan's just now. "Everybody back off a little, I'm going to open the furnace and inspect the pill." Everyone retreated several steps, but their eyes were staring fixedly at the dragon's sovereign cauldron. Clang! Yi Yuan slightly formed a seal and suddenly saw a ray of golden light flash past, shooting straight for the clouds. Chapter 10:27. Arcane Insight Rank. Chapter 10:27. Arcane Insight Rank. "Be want to run?" A hint of a faint smile flashed past the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and his figure suddenly vanished from sight. When he appeared again, he already grasped that ray of golden light in his hands. When he returned, a group of people immediately moved close in front of him, with curious looks. "Your Excellency, this medicinal pill is truly magical, to actually want to escape," Jiang Taitsong said with a curious baby appearance. "Master, just what grade is this 9-truth pill? Let us take a look." Xiao Ruyan said curiously. Even old monsters like Ao Qian also could not restrain their curiosity, all stretching their necks far out. Yi Yuan smiled and casually laid down several restrictions. This medicinal pill could forget about escaping. He slowly opened up his hand. For a moment, golden light shone resplendently. "Ouch, blinding my eyes!" Jiang Taitsong howled. This guy was just a thief in the end, and also the most peculiar among the 4 people. But that glaring golden light really dazzled him. One actually can't smell any medicinal fragrance from this medicinal pill. Looks like the medicinal smell condenses and doesn't dissipate. It's just that, there's no way to determine this grade at all. Seems like it's not transcendent grade? Ao Qian said doubtfully. The grade of medicinal pills tend to be able to be judged from appearances as well as the energy undulations the medicinal pill emitted. But this 9-truth pill before their eyes, one could not perceive its depths at all. But without a doubt, this medicinal pill's grade was exceedingly high. The medicinal effects were probably unimaginable. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Have you all heard of arcane insight before?" When Ao Qian heard that, his entire body involuntarily trembled as he said in disbelief, "You're saying this 9-truth pill is actually the arcane insight rank of the legends?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Above transcendent grade is arcane insight." Ao Qian came to a realization and said, Yes, I should have thought of it long ago. This guy actually wanted to escape itself. What could it be if not arcane insight? "Hey, old Ao, what's arcane insight?" Jiang Taitsong could scarcely wait by the side as he asked. The rank of arcane insight, ordinary people had not heard of it before. Because in these recent 100,000 years, there had never been anyone capable of refining arcane insight rank medicinal pills yet. Ao Qian sucked in a deep breath and said, "Actually, above transcendent grade, medicinal pills have even higher grades. That is the rank of arcane insight. It's just that in the wake of divine Tao dwindling to 0, there is already no one capable of refining arcane insight rank medicinal pills." Jiang Taitsong was confused and asked, "This is just a tier 9 medicinal pill, what has it got to do with divine Tao?" Of course it's related. Because medicinal pills of the arcane insight rank can only be refined by deity realm powerhouses. In other words, only deity realm powerhouses refining tier 9 and below medicinal pills would it reach the rank of arcane insight. Ao Qian looked at Yi Yuan with an expression like he saw a ghost, thinking inwardly that this guy was seriously too freakish. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air, being startled by Ao Qian's words. A medicinal pill that only deity realm powerhouses could refine was refined by an initial stage alchemy emperor? Then this medicinal pill, just what kind of medicinal effect does it have? Ruan Shuangzhou swallowed his saliva and asked. Before this, Ruan Shuangzhou had never imagined that he would have such a jittery day. He was currently filled with antic 1 p. Ation towards this arcane insight rank 9 truth pill. That's hard to say. But one thing is certain, the medicinal effects of arcane insight rank are much stronger compared to transcendent grade. Furthermore, it's said that arcane insight rank medicinal pills will tend to have unexpected additional effects. As for what this effect is, that's hard to say, Ao Qian said. Yi Yuan said smilingly, wouldn't you know if you just try? Finished talking, he directly threw the medicinal pill to Ruan Shuangzhou. The others looked at this scene with envious looks. This was an arcane insight rank medicinal pill. Perhaps in these 100,000 years, this was the one and only one. The unique one in 100,000 years. Ruan Shuangzhou himself also did not quite dare to believe that a meat pie falling from the sky, this sort of thing, actually smashed onto his head. Gulp. Ruan Shuangzhou swallowed his saliva disappointingly but kept delaying and did not swallow the medicinal pill. Sigh, eat it, you punk. Do you want to worry us to death? You have to know, it's just this one in 100,000 years. You, this punk, really picked up a huge bargain. Jiang Taitsong looked at his appearance and said indignantly. A portion inside here was really anxious, while the other part was envy. Yi Yuan smiled and said, you all don't have to envy Ruan Shuangzhou. Refining the 9 truth pill this time, my comprehensions towards alchemy Dao became a level deeper. Presumably, the next refinement, the grade shouldn't be lousier than this time. Yi Yuan's might lied in that his foundation was too solid. Therefore, his pill refinement success rates were frighteningly high. With the pill refinement this time, Yi Yuan finally had a hint of understanding towards the divine Dao laws in the medicine God's soul canon. This was a massive improvement to his alchemy Dao. But it was also precisely because of the refinement this time that it let him experience the extensiveness and profundities of divine Dao laws. What he comprehended was merely just some superficial knowledge. But just this bit of smattering already let him glean considerable gains. But this also made Yi Yuan realize that his alchemy Dao path had only just begun. Yi Yuan's words made Ao Qian and the rest perk up all at once. Yeah, with Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao strength, once he came into contact with divine Dao laws, refining medicinal pills the next time might be even more impressive. Thinking up to here, Ao Qian and the rest could not wait even longer to see the medicinal effects of this arcane insight rank 9 truth pill. Then, I'm eating it? Ruan Shuangzhou asked rather uncertainly. Good Lord, I say, just eat it. Jiang Taitsong wished that he could throw a slap over. In front of everyone, Ruan Shuangzhou swallowed the medicinal pill in one bite. Immediately, a flame seemingly started immolating in his abdomen. An incredibly powerful warm current instantly reached all the limbs and bones of the body, making him comfortable until he nearly cried out. Ruan Shuangzhou's aura rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Ao Qian and the rest all opened their eyes wide. This medicine effect was also a little too strong, right? The 9 truth pill is merely a very ordinary high-grade tier 9 medicinal pill. An ordinary 9 truth pill's advancement effect on a martial artist will end when it reaches here, right? But this medicinal pill seems to have just started. Ao Qian exclaimed with shock. TSK, Ruan Shuangzhou, this brat is really blessed. Arcane insight rank medicinal pill, ordinary divine kings can't even dream about it. Jiang Taitsong clicked his tongue and lauded. Reaching the divine king realm, even advancing a tiny bit was extremely difficult. But this arcane insight rank 9 truth pill directly escorted Ruan Shuangzhou to the rankings of first-rate divine kings. Moreover, his aura was still rising continuously. 3 days later, Ruan Shuangzhou finally slowly opened his eyes. Rays of brilliant light erupted from his 2 eyes. Punk, how is it? The feeling of breaking through to first-rate divine king is very good, right? Jiang Taitsong asked anxiously. Ruan Shuangzhou drew a deep breath and said with a smile, indescribably good. Done talking, Yuan Shuangzhou slowly got up and came before Yuan, and bowed deeply as he said, I, Yuan Shuangzhou, am willing to follow young master to the death from this day onwards. Chapter 1028, Cloudmarsh City. Chapter 1028, Cloudmarsh City. Yuan said smilingly, How is it? Are there any unexpected harvests? Arcane insight rank medicinal pills would have some unexpected effect. This effect, only the person who consumed the medicine would know themselves. Yuan Shuangzhou slowly nodded and said rather excitedly, My second supreme true intent has been stuck at the bottleneck for several hundred years already. At this time, I suddenly saw the whole thing in a clear light. The division between ordinary divine kings and first-rate divine kings was merely the division of essence energy realm. Ninth-level Tao Profound was a minor realm with a tremendous span. From just entering ninth-level Tao Profound to the ninth-level Tao Profound's great circle of perfection, this was a very drawn-out process. That did not mean that the strength of first-rate divine kings was definitely stronger than ordinary divine kings. If one's concept comprehension was very impressive, ordinary divine kings could likewise crush first-rate divine kings. Just take Yuan for example, with his concept's comprehension, he would be able to easily crush first-rate divine kings when he just entered ninth-level Tao Profound, even peak divine kings. While void mystic powerhouses, unless they had special means, otherwise their essence energy realm was not much stronger compared to peak divine kings. But their strength could fling peak divine kings 10 streets behind. The 9-truth pill was just a medicinal pill for increasing essence energy. Yuan Shuangzhou never would have thought that his second supreme true intent would be comprehended without extra effort just like that. This was not just a tiny bit to his strength increase. Yuan Shuangzhou's second supreme true intent was stuck for several hundred years. There was basically no hope of breaking through already. But this arcane insight 9-truth pill actually directly let him comprehend the second supreme true intent. Ao Qian said in surprise, Could it be that this arcane insight 9-truth pill can even increase comprehension ability? Yuan Shuangzhou also had a bewildered look and said, That, I don't know. All in all, when I was breaking through, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared, and I comprehended it just like that. As for whether or not can it really increase comprehension ability, it will have to depend on cultivation in the future. Jiang Taitsong had an envious look as he said, If it's really able to increase comprehension ability, this arcane insight medicinal pill is also too heaven-defying. Many Divine King experts were unable to break through in their entire lives. They were lacking in comprehension ability. If arcane insight medicinal pills could increase comprehension ability, that its function to martial artists was simply incalculable. Ao Qian Trio looked at Yuan. This time, they were utterly convinced by him. They were all Divine King experts with very senior qualifications and whose strength pierced the heavens. The reason why they followed Yuan was also being compelled by the circumstances. Although they had some understanding towards Yuan's past life's might, that was all hearsay, and they did not have a direct understanding. But now they were very motivated, because they saw limitless possibility from Yuan. Following Yuan, they might have even greater development in the future. Seeing Yuan and the others came out of the Dragon Clan with his own eyes, Ao Duo also heaved a long sigh in relief. An authentic Dragon Lord staying in the clan, he was listless all over. Of course, the only regret was that the sacred dragon token was unable to return to the clan. Duoer, stop having any more designs on the sacred dragon token in the future. Yuan, he is the dragon race's common lord. This point will never ever change, you need to remember that. After Yuan left, Ao Yong said solemnly. But old ancestor, why is that so? How could a human obtain the sacred dragon token's recognition, and also, why would he have an atavism dragon soul? Ao Duo said, unresignedly. Yuan's existence was simply like a fish bone stuck in the throat to him. If Yuan was the dragon race's common lord, Then what did he count as? Ao Yong shook his head and said, although I don't know why. He definitely has great connections with the dragon clan. There is absolutely no way a physique like the atavism dragon soul would appear on a human without rhyme or reason. But since it appeared, we can only accept it unconditionally. The terror of a bloodline backlash, don't you forget it. Ao Duo's expression changed, and he nodded his head and did not speak anymore. Ao Yong mused for a moment and continued, after Yi Yuan reincarnated, his lucky chances were heaven-defying. He has likely already shouldered heaven's mandate. Him becoming the dragon race's common lord might not be a bad thing to my dragon race. The sacred dragon token might be more useful in his hands than in our hand. Ao Duo was silent and did not speak, but he also knew deep down that what old ancestors said was the correct thing. It was just that he was in this position and could not quite let go of many things. Cloudmarsh City. It had always been the paradise for alchemists. Because it was adjacent to the immemorial medicine garden, the medicinal pills market here was very prosperous. Especially some itinerant alchemists all liked to gather here. In the course of time, this place became the number 3 great faction apart from the Alchemist A.S. Association and Medicine King Hall. At present, the Medicine King Hall was falling into pieces. Although it was still the Medicine King Hall in name, it was already no longer the Medicine King Hall in reality. The Cloudmarsh City became the Divine Realm's number 2 great alchemy path faction with a leap. The reason why Cloudmarsh City could stand tall and not collapse originated from its powerful spirit medicine resources. Even the Alchemist A.S. Association would sometimes come here and gather spirit medicines. Of course, the Alchemist A.S. Association was just a loose organization. Not all the alchemists were subordinate to the Alchemist A.S. Association. At present, the opening of the immemorial medicine garden was at hand. Many more martial artists and alchemists gathered here. Wow, this place really has so many spirit medicines. As long as one has money, it's virtually not a problem to want to refine whatever medicinal pill here. Xiao Ruyan jumped for joy as she said. Coming to Cloudmarsh City, Yi Yuan did not let Xiao Ruyan and Rendong cultivate in closed seclusion anymore. He was letting them come out and enrich their experiences. This place was the paradise for alchemists. The atmosphere of alchemy skills was very thick and in full bloom. On the streets, apart from all kinds of spirit medicine stalls, there were even all sorts of alchemy battle arenas. As long as one paid a fixed fee, they could go up the stage and compare notes on pill refinement technique. Yi Yuan nodded when he heard that and said, although the immemorial medicine garden normally doesn't open, the heaven and earth spiritual chi around Cloudmarsh City is much greater compared to other places. Just the outer areas are already sufficient for martial artists to digest. One could say that Cloudmarsh City was virtually established in the midst of spirit medicine heat. Master, there are so many people competing in alchemy here. Have you come here to compete in alchemy before? Xiao Ruyan suddenly asked curiously. Yi Yuan said smilingly, of course. Back then, I was young and rash. When I had just broken through to Alchemy Emperor Realm, I'd once stopped over for as long as several years here. Those few years were also no small harvest to master. Xiao Ruyan was also aware of Yi Yuan's true ident. One Tai now. Only then did she know just how remarkable of a master she had acknowledged. That small matter in the fierce Gale world back then was simply a master running into the midst of a group of apprentices. Too much of a child's play. As Yi Yuan said, his face also revealed a look of reminiscence, with a manner of somewhat recalling the memorable years of his life. But Xiao Ruyan's eyes lit up when she heard and pulled Yi Yuan as she asked curiously, Master, talk about your battle results. I'm very curious about whether or not you've lost before when you just broke through to Alchemy Emperor. Yi Yuan suddenly stopped his footsteps and nudged with a mouth as he said smilingly, Wouldn't you know if you go over and take a look yourself? Xiao Ruyan froze. Following Yi Yuan's gaze and looking over, she saw 3 pieces of enormous stone tablets. Alchemy Saint Proclamation, Alchemy Venerable Proclamation, Alchemy Emperor Proclamation. Xiao Ruyan's gaze swept past one by one and finally landed on the Alchemy Emperor Proclamation. All of a sudden, her gaze froze at the top, her eyes revealing a look of disbelief. Chapter 1029, Beginning. Chapter 1029. Beginning on the Alchemy Emperor Proclamation, Ji Qingyun's name was shockingly ranked in the first place. First place, Ji Qingyun, a total of 5,843 matches, complete victory. Xiao Ruyan muttered out this row of words and was shocked until she could not close her mouth. When Ao Qian they all saw Ji Qingyun's battle results on the Alchemy Emperor Proclamation, each and every one of them exchanged glances too, endlessly shocked. Roughly 5,843 matches, not a single defeat. This battle result was seriously too insane. Men all made mistakes, horses all stumbled. Even someone stronger would come a time when they fumbled. But Yi Yuan actually had yet to taste defeat in close to 6,000 matches of pill battles. How heaven-defying the alchemy skills did one need to have? Looking at those alchemists ranked below Yi Yuan again, the difference from him was not an ordinary kind of big. Even the number 2 on the Alchemy Emperor Proclamation had close to 5,000 matches of pill battle, but lost 100 over matches. This gap was too great. Only Yu Mengli was crystal clear in her heart regarding Yi Yuan's past life's achievements and did not have a very shocked expression. But her face did not stint in the slightest with an expression of idolization. Ao Qian they all were aware that this Cloud Marsh city's history was long and rich. The custom of pill battles was very flurries. Hi+ing. There were frequently powerful alchemists coming over to spar in alchemy skills. Moreover, Yi Yuan had merely just entered Alchemy Emperor realm back then. His strength was not yet as formidable as currently. At that time, he could already sweep away all alchemists and directly ascend the top seat of the Alchemy Emperor Proclamation. Ao Qian, the 4 of them, looked at Yi Yuan like they were seeing a ghost. Even though they had all witnessed Yi Yuan's pill-refining capabilities, the ranking on that Alchemy Emperor Proclamation still made them somewhat breakdown. But regarding this matter, Yuan Shuangzhou knew a little about it. This was already 300 years ago. It was also precisely because His Excellency competed in alchemy in Cloud Marsh City back then, that he rose to fame and was canonized as a genius alchemist closest to alchemy G.O.D. in 100,000 years. Because Milord was ranked first in Cloud Marsh City's 100,000-year history of pill battles. Although I wasn't present, I heard that back then, the entire Divine Realm's genius alchemists all flocked in great numbers in order to challenge Milord. But all of them failed without any exception, resulting in that later on, an body dared to get on the stage to answer the challenge at all. That's why Milord's consecutive victories match count stopped at 5,843 matches. Now that 300 years had passed, there is still no one capable of surpassing this achievement. Yuan Shuangzhou talked to himself, but his gaze was filled with a look of wars. Hi+P. Ao Qian and the rest all had expressions like they had seen a ghost. They were suppressed in the White Tiger dungeon for G.O.D. knows how many years and were completely unaware of the things that happened in the outside world. They did not expect that such a sensational incident actually happened before in this Cloud Marsh city. They finally know now how Yi Yuan's reputation of closest to alchemy G.O.D. came about. Honestly speaking, when they heard this label back then, they more or less still snorted in contempt inwardly. In the era where divine Tao dwindled to zero, how many exceedingly talented people did not dare to say that they could reach the deity realm either? What right did Yi Yuan have? But now they felt that this Tli did not have any excessive aspects in the slightest. Nothing to be excited about. Looking at your expressions, it's feeling shocked by Ji Qingyun's achievement, right? It's merely 5,000 overmatches undefeated, that's all. Just as everyone was currently immersed in shock, a very scornful voice sounded out. Xiao Rian's brows knitted and she said unhappily, "Who are you, to be so arrogant? Merely 5,000 overmatches? If you have the capabilities, you try consecutively winning 5,000 overmatches too." The one speaking was a young man. Behind him even followed a divine king powerhouse. Presumably, his background was not ordinary too. That young man was merely alchemy venerable realm, but had a look of unruliness, looking very disdainful toward Yi Yuan's battle results on the Alchemy Emperor proclamation. The young man looked towards Xiao Rian. A hint of astonishment flashed across his eyes, but he said with a laugh, "You guys just came to Cloudmarsh City, right?" Not recognizing this young master is also excusable. You remember it, this young master is called Gu Yu. Ji Qingyun's record will be broken by me. Gu Yu had an arrogant look with a kind of domineeringness that watched as masts and oars turned to dust while talking and laughing together, sup, 1/sup. Xiao Rian was angered until she laughed because of his haughty manner. Seen before posturing, but never saw before posturing until this manner. The number one achievement in 100,000 years, this guy actually dared to brag, saying that he was going to break it. It was fine if he was an alchemy emperor, but he was just an alchemy venerable. Yo, so impressive? I wonder what number your esteemed self is ranked on the Alchemy Emperor proclamation currently? Xiao Rian said with a laugh. Gu Yu's face turned black and said, "You know perfectly well that this young master is only alchemy venerable realm at present, you did it on purpose, right? But I'm not afraid to tell you either, this young master already has over 3,400 matches of consecutive victories on the Alchemy Venerable Proclamation. Latest by next year, the Alchemy Venerable Proclamation's first place will be mine." Hearing Gu Yu blow his own trumpet, Xiao Rian was startled in her heart. 3,400 overmatches of consecutive wins, this achievement was already rather impressive. But she still had a look of disdain on her face as she said, "Brag. Keep on bragging. Who doesn't know how to boast?" Gu Yu's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Who's bragging to you? Randomly find a person to inquire about it in this Cloudmarsh City, who doesn't know me, Gu Yu. That Ji Qingyun, there will come a day where I'll trample him underfoot." Xiao Rian became enraged the moment she heard and said angrily, "This young lady doesn't believe it. Come, this young lady is going to trample on you under her foot today. Don't you have over 3,400 matches of consecutive victories? I want to see just what kind of standard your more than 3,400 matches of consecutive wins is." Rendong also silently nodded by the side and said very earnestly, Count me in." The moment Gu Yu heard, he laughed. "All right, but not any random N. Oh, body can challenge me, Gu Yu. I have a condition, if you agree, this young master will accept your challenge." Gu Yu smiled with evil designs as he said. Xiao Rian's face turned black and she said, "What condition?" Gu Yu seized Xiao Rian up lecherously and said, "If you lose, you have to become Dao companions with me. How's that? You got to know, in this Cloudmarsh City, the female martial artists that want to become Dao companions with me, young Master Gu, line up over several streets." Each word that Gu Yu said, Xiao Rian's face became a degree more sullen. Honestly speaking, she was still really quite nervous. This guy dared to say that he won over 3,400 matches consecutively. It was probably not wild talk. This sort of lies, randomly finding a person could expose it. There was no meaning at all. To be able to have this standard, he was likely really not too easy to push around. Seeing Xiao Rian hesitate, Gu Yu became even more smug as he said, "Why, scared? Like I said, be a little low profile if you don't have much strength. Not everyone is what you're able to challenge. But if you want to be my young Master Gu's Dao companion, I still welcome it very much." Haha, Xiao Rian was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. The first time Gu Yu laid eyes on her, he found her to be to his liking very much. Just as he said, ordinary women, he really held in contempt. Agree with him. Right then, Yi Yuan's nonchalant voice sounded out. Xiao Rian jumped in fright. Using watery eyes to look at Yi Yuan, she said, Master, how can you be like this? Yi Yuan said smilingly, You guys learned from me for so long. If you don't even have this bit of strength, you can find a piece of tofu to go commit suicide already. Chapter 1030. Silent Offering. Chapter 1030. Silent Offering, Master? Ha ha, are you all mistaken? This brat is at the very most just 30 years old. You guys actually call him your master? Ha, what does he have to teach you guys? Hearing Xiao Rian's form of address towards Yi Yuan, Gu Yu laughed himself into convulsions. He laughed for a long time and suddenly discovered that no one went along with him, and could not help feeling very awkward. And he suddenly noticed that Yi Yuan's party all used strange eyes to look at him. This involuntarily made him rather angry from embarrassment. What are you looking at? Could it be that what I said was wrong? Gu Yu said irately. And what you said was very right. All right, since there's nothing on, the two of you have a proper match with him then, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Quickly look. Gu Yu is having a pill battle with someone again. I wonder what kind of opponent he ran into this time is like? Will they give him a little trouble or not? How is that possible? Alchemy Venerable Realm, it's totally impossible for someone to be his match. Otherwise, how can he possibly win 3,420 matches in a row? Makes sense. Gu Yu this brat is a little KY, but his strength really is formidable. Continuing to develop with this trend, he might really be able to break Ji Qingyun's record. Gu Yu and Xiao Rian's pill battle immediately drew a large group of people's attention. Just as Gu Yu said, his fame in Cloudmarsh City was really huge. Having 3,400 over matches of consecutive wins was also not bragging. Virtually every time he had a pill battle, it would be a full house. Gu Yu's personality enjoyed this sort of a myriad of stars surrounding the moon treatment, most of all. Xiao Rian was still somewhat not confident. After all, the opportunities she had to really compete with someone were too few. Although she knew that Yi Yuan was very incredible, she was uncertain whether she really learned the quintessence of Yi Yuan's pill refinement or not. When at the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, Xiao Rian had once made a move to lecture a bunch of alchemy ancestors before. But at that time, it was just competing in fire control, while pill battles were a one-time comprehensive test towards alchemy skills. It was completely different from controlling fire. Furthermore, her opponent was also so powerful. Gu Yu saw through Xiao Rian's uncertainty and said smilingly, Beauty, don't need to worry. Becoming Tao companions with me, I'll impart to you the quintessence of alchemy skills. Xiao Rian's face turned black, and she said in a solemn voice, Don't come out and make a spectacle of yourself with your middling skills. When this young lady beats you down, you'll kneel and beg me to take you in as a disciple then. The agreement between them, if Gu Yu won, Xiao Rian would become Tao companions with him. If Xiao Rian won, Gu Yu would kneel and call out Master 3 times. Cloudmarsh City's pill battles were hosted by the City Lord Manor. The pill battles between alchemy venerables would be presided over by initial rank alchemy emperors. An alchemy emperor came onto the stage and slowly said, According to the two of your agreement, the medicinal pill that your pill battle chose is the Emerald Sea True Water pill. This pill is a water attribute high-grade Tier 8 medicinal pill. The one with the better grade wins. Begin now. This Emerald Sea True Water pill's refining difficulty was rather high. Ordinary alchemy venerable experts could not refine it at all. But to Gu Yu, this was not too difficult of a matter. With his strength, refining the Emerald Sea True Water pill, there was an 80% assurance to refine a high-grade one. If his luck was good, he could even refine a transcendent grade. while Xiao Rian was merely middle-rank alchemy venerable. Even if her strength was any more heaven-defying, being able to refine a complete medicinal pill was already pretty good. This pill battle was a compet. One tie-in that was impossible to lose to Guyu. He had the intention of showing off as well. After extracting and refining the medicinal embryo, Guyu separated his two palms. One hand brought out a fire dragon, while the other hand brought out a fire tiger. A dragon and tiger began raising the temperature of the medicinal cauldron under his guidance. Tiger crouching, dragon coiling. This is an extremely profound fire-controlling art. Guyu actually used it effortlessly. His 3,000 over matches of consecutive victories were indeed not by a fluke. You look at that Laos. What fire-controlling art is that? Ha ha, does she think that she's lighting a fire to cook a meal? That sort of inferior fire-controlling art, she's sure that it can refine medicinal pills? But the two people who entered a pill-refining state already could not hear the comments of outsiders. One should not look at how Guyu was haughty. His alchemy skills were absolutely not undeserved reputation. Ordinary alchemy venerables were really not enough to look at. When Ao Qian saw Xiao Rian's level of fire-controlling art, he also could not quite look on anymore and could not resist saying, "My lord, Rian, that little us looks like she's still rather nervous. This kind of fire-controlling skill, how can it win the other party? My lord, although your alchemy Tao is like, she's not you after all." But Yi Yuan said without a care, "Old Ao, no need to be anxious. Keep watching and you'll know. Ruyan this Laos can still keep her cool at crucial moments." Ao Qian and the rest could not help being speechless. Already nervous until she could not control fire, she could still keep her cool? Which I saw through that she was keeping her cool. Right at this time, waves of exclamations suddenly emitted from the crowd. Quickly look at that Laos's medicinal cauldron. How is this possible? Glittering and crystal clear. The medicinal cauldron actually became glittering and crystal clear. The fire-controlling art that this Laos used, could it be that legendary silent offering? This was the fire-controlling art that Lord Qingyunzi used when competing in alchemy back then. Back then, Lord Qingyunzi relied on this extremely unsightly fire-controlling art and astounded countless people, making countless geniuses yield in admiration. Didn't think that after a time interval of 300 years, this silent offering fire-controlling art actually appeared once more. For the sake of impartiality, the medicinal cauldrons that both parties used were only the most ordinary Tier 8 medicinal cauldrons. The requirements that this kind of ordinary Tier 8 medicinal cauldrons had towards fire-controlling art was exceedingly high. A moment of carelessness would affect the whole medicinal pill's refinement. While at this time, Xiao Rian's medicinal cauldron became glittering and crystal clear, akin to a glazed tile. This was the sign of receiving extremely uniform heat distribution. Only when the fire-controlling art reached an exceedingly high level could one affect the medicinal cauldron to such an extent. But just earlier, everyone was still mocking Xiao Rian's fire control like it was starting a fire to cook a meal. Such a scene was extremely similar to 300 years ago. Only when everyone came back to their senses did they recall the scene of Lord Qingyunzi rampaging in all four directions in Cloud Marsh City 300 years ago. The fire-controlling art was precisely silent offering. Just as everyone had their breath taken away, Yi Yuan shook his head and said, still lacking some skill level. Just barely managed to smelt the medicinal cauldron to become glittering and crystal clear. Looks like the pill refinement this time is also just superior grade. Rendong, when your senior apprentice sister comes back, tell her that silent offering still needs to practice an additional 50,000 times. Rendong's expression was calm as he said with a nod, "Yes, master." Ao Qian and the rest exchanged glances, thinking to themselves that this master was also a little too terrifying, right? You were the number one person in 100,000 years, but others were not. This already aroused everybody's cries of exclamation, but you made her practice an additional 50,000 times when she comes back. Was there teaching disciples like this? But in reality, Yi Yuan taught disciples just like this. In Yi Yuan's view, refining pills never had shortcuts to talk about. Without millions upon millions of 1. Tive dreary training, it was completely impossible to truly attain a higher level. Don't look at how Xiao Ruyan and Rendong normally behaved in a cheeky and boisterous manner. The hards, HI+PS that they suffered in these dozen over years, only Yi Yuan himself knew. Chapter 10:31. Kowtow and acknowledge as master then. Chapter 10:31. Kowtow and acknowledge as master then. Next, entering the pill refining process, the two people each had their nerves wound up tightly. The Emerald Sea True Water pill was not the average high-grade Tier 8 medicinal pill. It did not allow for them to have the slightest bit of carelessness. But Gu Yu's refining method was the same as his personality, very high profile, while Xiao Ruyan's refinement was methodically and unhurried. Of course, this did not mean that Gu Yu was flashy without substance. In truth, his alchemy skills were indeed very consummate. His 6-unity heavenly desolation art was displayed flawlessly and actually already reached the realm of major accomplishment. In contrast, Xiao Ruyan's was a notch weaker in technique again. What she used was the 5 elements heavenly word art. Not all alchemists could train refinement techniques to the level of the 8 diagrams wandering dragon's secret art. To alchemy venerables, being able to cultivate the 6-unity heavenly desolation art was already very impressive. As for Xiao Ruyan, she still had not trained in the 6-unity heavenly desolation art at present. Fire controlling technique is just an aspect of refining pills. It was startling just now, but this match, it's probably still Gu Yu who wins. Yeah. This boy's strength is too formidable. At a young age, he's able to cultivate the 6-unity heavenly desolation art to the realm of major accomplishment. In the same realm, how many people are his match? That girl's age is much younger than his. But her strength is indeed formidable too. It's just a pity that who she ran into was Gu Yu. The surrounding alchemists were all people with rich experiences. They could practically discern the difference in superiority with one glance. The street U.R.D.ness of Gu Yu's foundation made many of the older generations all sweat profusely with embarrassment. It was true that Xiao Ruyan was formidable, but she was still a little young in the end. Ao Qian opened his mouth and was just about to say something, but seeing Yi Yuan's relaxed expression, the words that reached the tip of his tongue was forced back down. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "You guys don't need to worry. This has only just begun. It doesn't mean that the refining technique being high level, the medicinal pills refined will definitely be good." Ao Qian was left speechless. He knew that Yi Yuan would say it like that. But along with the progress of the refinement, Xiao Ruyan actually gradually entered an optimal state. The movements of her hands became faster and faster, and increasingly natural and smooth. The many alchemists observing the battle by the side actually became rather infatuated from watching. His legendary realm. This Law S actually cultivated the 5 elements heavenly word art to the legendary realm. Someone cried out in shock among the crowd. The gaze of that alchemy emperor expert presiding over the pill battle also became intent. He finally detected Xiao Ruyan's transformation. Regardless of what level of refinement technique, wanting to cultivate to the great circle of perfection was easy. But wanting to cultivate to the legendary realm was even harder than ascending to the heavens. Furthermore, along with the increase in cultivation realm, after people had the ability to cultivate high-level refinement techniques, there would also not be anyone who would expend huge amounts of energy to go cultivate the legendary realm that could not be touched at all. However, Xiao Ruyan did it. Ao Qian finally heaved a sigh in relief when he saw Xiao Rian's state. But his gaze looked towards Yi Yuan with endless shock. The master was monstrous. The disciples taught were actually so freakish too. Who knew that Yi Yuan shook his head again and said to Rendong, "Your senior apprentice sister is too slow in entering the state. How many times have I told you guys, this 5 elements heavenly word art, the most important is to balance the powers of the 5 elements. She actually used such a long time before finding the feeling. Tell her when she comes back, the 5 elements heavenly word art also needs to train an additional 50,000 times." Ao Qian nearly vomited out a mouthful of old blood. This master's requirements were also too stringent, right? Although he did not know alchemy, he still knew about the legendary realm. To be able to cultivate the 5 elements heavenly word art to the legendary realm was already an unthinkable thing. But Yi Yuan actually still complained about her entering the state too slowly. "Yes, master." Rendong was clearly already accustomed to this, and did not feel that there was anything inappropriate. Time slowly trickled by. The two people's refinement also gradually entered a white-hot stage. Emerald Sea Truewater Pill, condense. Guyu gave a loud cry. The medicinal pill finally formed. Immediately after, Xiao Rian also cried out lightly, "Condense." Right on the heels, the two people virtually formed the pill at the same time. "Beauty, how is it? Ready to be my women yet?" Guyu said with a smug smile. "Finest. Hi plusing refining." Xiao Rian still felt pretty good. But hearing Guyu's words, her face turned cold again, and she said, "You'd better think about how to be this young lady's disciple. Hehe, in alchemy venerable this realm, absolutely n. Oh, body is my match. Moreover, you're even just a middle-rank alchemy venerable. Resign yourself to your fate," Guyu said with a confident look. While at this time, the surrounding people all had looks of antic. 1p Asian. They all wanted to take a look at just who won this pill battle. Although Guyu was strong, Xiao Rian had reached the legendary realm. "Senior, open the furnace and examine the pill then," Guyu said with a wide grin. The alchemy emperor nodded his head, but took no notice of him. He went to Xiao Rian's side rather impatiently. "Open." The alchemy emperor pointed a finger. A medicinal pill flew out and landed in the container. The alchemy emperor's eyes lit up, and he said, "Indeed, a superior grade Emerald Sea Truewater pill. A pity, if the medicinal cauldron was swapped for something a little better, it would definitely be a transcendent grade medicinal pill." The alchemy emperor's words made Guyu's entire body tremble. The originally smug expression instantly turned stiff on his face. Superior grade medicinal pill? How was this possible? His gaze involuntarily looked at his own medicinal cauldron and instantly became uncertain. After that alchemy emperor sighed. He slowly came to Guyu's side and retrieved the medicinal pill as he had done. "High-grade Emerald Sea Truewater pill. Looks pretty good, just a little bit more to reach superior grade. A shame, it's still lacking some level of skill. This match, Xiao Rian wins," the alchemy emperor said sonorously. Guyu's face was ashen pale. Until now, he still did not dare to believe that this was real. "Impossible. This is impossible. How can she possibly refine a superior grade Emerald Sea Truewater pill?" The alchemy emperor knew Guyu and knew that this battle's influence on him was probably tremendous. He sighed at once and said, "This law Sie cultivated the 5 elements heavenly word art to the legendary realm and refined a superior grade medicinal pill. There are not many strange aspects. This match you didn't lose unjustly." "A legendary realm?" Guyu looked at Xiao Rian in disbelief. He could not tell, no matter how he looked, how such a frail girl cultivated the 5 elements heavenly word art to the legendary realm. At this time, Xiao Rian finally let out a sigh in relief. Guyu, this fellow was arrogant, but his capabilities were really considerable. He actually almost refined a superior-grade medicinal pill. But her gaze secretly sneaked a peek at Yi Yuan. She knew that her performance, master, was probably very unsatisfied. She guessed correctly. It was just that at this time she could not care about the punishment anymore either, but said to Gu Yu with a wide grin on her face, "How is it, young Master Gu, kowtow and acknowledge as master then?" Gu Yu froze. Only then did he recall the two people's agreement. This match, he was completely defeated. According to the agreement, he had to kowtow to Xiao Ruyan and acknowledge her as his master in public. Gu Yu revealed a look of struggle. He suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "This match, I'm willing to admit defeat. But to acknowledge you as my master, wait until after I have a match with him." Everyone followed his gaze and looked over, and discovered that the person he was pointing at was precisely Rindong. Chapter 1032, Sticking On? Chapter 1032, Sticking On? Gu Yu's face no longer had that look of arrogance from before. He used an entire half-day's time before barely managing to crawl out from the shadow of failure. The so-called "the higher you climb, the harder you fall," using it to describe Gu Yu was perfect. But Gu Yu was indeed a talent as well. After half a day, he finally managed to recollect his mind and threw it into the face-off with Rindong. His goal was very simple. From where he fell down, from where he would get up. He wanted to regain confidence from Rindong. Otherwise, after today's pill battles, he, a genius alchemist who formerly dazzled Cloudmarsh City, would probably fade into the crowd from here on. Just who the hell is that little girl? Gu Yu's 34-20 consecutive victories were actually ended just like that? Yeah. Thinking about it, it's just like having a dream. After Lord Qingyunzi, Gu Yu is the first genius alchemist to be able to win so many matches in a row. I virtually already thought that he'd definitely be able to reach Lord Qingyunzi's height in the future. Speaking of which, Silent Offering was Lord Qingyunzi's self-created fire-controlling ultimate skill. Could it be that this girlie actually has connections to Lord Qingyunzi? This is impossible, right? I've never heard of Lord Qingyunzi having a successor before. Gu Yu winning over 3,400 matches in a row, no one would doubt his strength. For Xiao Ruyan to be able to beat Gu Yu, it could only indicate that her strength was even greater. But at this time, everyone started to become interested in Rindong's strength. Busybodies already knew that Rindong was Xiao Ruyan's junior apprentice brother. Then whether or not Gu Yu would fall down twice in the same place, this was very worth looking forward to. The pill battle began. This time, Gu Yu unleashed all of his skills, hoping to display his strength to the limit. But everyone's gaze was focused on Rindong. Silent Offering again. Not long after, cries of exclamations sounded out everywhere again. Legendary Realm. It's the Legendary Realm again. My God, just what kind of person can teach such a terrifying senior sister and junior brother? The pill refinement ended. The Alchemy Emperor examined the pill once more. Gu Yu, high-grade medicinal pill. Rindong, superior-grade medicinal pill. Rindong wins. Hearing this verdict, Gu Yu directly flopped weakly onto the ground, as if he was drained completely of his strength, battered out of his senses. Although he barely managed to calm his state of mind, the shadow of the last defeat was still hovering in his heart. Under such circumstances, it was already very not easy for him to still be able to refine a high-grade medicinal pill. It was just that the opponent he encountered was Rindong. The present Rindong was already completely different from the condescending Rindong back then. Through these dozen over years of tempering, he already grew into a true grandmaster of an era. At present, his alchemy Dao strength was not the slightest bit inferior to Xiao Ruyan's. With over 3,400 matches, and he had yet to taste defeat. This time, he was defeated in 2 matches straight. This blow to him was too great. Haha, Serpa. Sing Lord Qingyunzi, you're still 10,000 years too early. Your over 3,400 over matches of consecutive wins doesn't have much quality at all. It's just that you never encountered a true opponent, that's all. While Lord Qingyunzi back then practically challenged the entire Divine Realm's genius alchemists with his strength alone. While you, how big of a commotion did you cause? Therefore, you have got to know how to hold someone in awe. Xiao Rian said nonchalantly. It was like Gu Yu lost his soul, completely unable to accept this fact at all. When a person fell from the summit, this sort of tremendous drop was very easy to make him crumble. The current Gu Yu was clearly like that. These few years, he was already extolled to the skies by the entire Cloudmarsh city, saying that he was going to Serpa Qinyun Zi's fame. But today, he was defeated twice in a row under Xiao Rian and Rindong's hands, immediately Cruz. Plus-ing his powerful confidence. When Xiao Rian saw Gu Yu's appearance, she also could not bother to haggle over it with him anymore. Honestly speaking, she did not wish to take such a guy in as a disciple. Forget it, this young lady is magnanimous and won't fuss about your offense of affront. Junior apprentice brother, let's go, Xiao Rian said. Rindong nodded his head and walked down the stage together with Xiao Rian. Wait a minute. The two people did not walk out far when they heard Gu Yu shouting from behind. Xiao Rian and Rindong turned their heads around and were just about to speak, but Gu Yu had a solemn look as he said, I, Gu Yu, am a man of my words. Since I lost to you, I'll admit my loss. Slam. Gu Yu immediately gave a loud kowtow and shouted, Master! Slam. Master! Slam. Master! Gu Yu directly kowtowed 3 times and called Master thrice. It was not perfunctory at all. Him being so unabashed made Xiao Rian rather surprised instead. In this instant, her impression of Gu Yu had a slight change. Presumably, this guy was an ignorant youth whose confidence swelled to the extreme, unaware of the logic of, there was always someone better and a heaven beyond heaven. But honestly speaking, this guy's alchemy Dao strength was still rather formidable. Although his foundation was not as solid as the two of them, it was also hard to come by among young people. Xiao Rian waved her hand when she saw the situation and said, all right, this matter ends here. It's just losing 2 matches of pill battles, no big deal. Knowing humiliation and striving harder afterward, that is how a real man ought to be. Xiao Rian had an old teacher appearance, and actually really took herself to be his master, and started lecturing Gu Yu. She did not expect Gu Yu to say with a stern countenance, I, Gu Yu, am true to my words. These 2 matches, I'm wholehearted convinced by my loss. From now onwards, I, Gu Yu, will be Miss Rian's disciple. Master is high above, please accept a bow from this disciple. As he said, he gave another kowtow, and it was considered the ceremony of acknowledging a master. With this, it was Xiao Rian who was caught rather by surprise instead. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, no way, I don't have the qualifications to accept disciples. This young lady hasn't even graduated from apprentices. Hi+P myself. But Gu Yu scrambled to his feet and said, the two of us had an agreement beforehand, how can you renege on your word? There are so many people in the same profession bearing witness today, how can I, Gu Yu, be someone who gets fat on eating his words? No matter what, I'm already your disciple. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Hearing that, Xiao Rian's face turned black. This guy was actually like a dogskin plaster, sticking onto her? Not far again, when Ao Qian saw this scene, he could not help finding it funny as he said, this brat has some good judgment. Him wanting to acknowledge Miss Xiao as his master is probably still aiming for milord. To be able to walk out from the shadow of defeat so quickly, he's a promising talent too. Yi Yuan said with a smile, these 2 matches might be a new beginning for him. If he really completed 5,000 matches of consecutive victories, the path in the future will be even more arduous instead. When he breaks through to Alchemy Emperor realm, he'd probably also just be mediocre. the strength of alchemy emperor powerhouses, he likely still thought too simply in the past. Regarding Yi Yuan's words, Ao Qian and the rest all deeply felt that way too. Yi Yuan could crush 5,000 over alchemy emperors, did not mean that others could also crush 5,000 over alchemy emperors. No matter what, alchemy emperors were the current divine realm alchemists' apex existences. Their strength brooked no underestimation. Your Excellency, what to do about this matter? How about I go and beat that brat down, in case he sticks onto? Ao Qian said. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, let him be. I want to see just how much sincerity he has. Chapter 1033, Play Another Round. Chapter 1033, Play Another Round. Receiving Yi Yuan's look, Xiao Ruyan and Rendong did not care about Gu Yu either. They directly followed Yi Yuan and prepared to leave. Gu Yu was really like a sticky candy, following Xiao Ruyan at every step. The Divine King expert who was constantly following Gu Yu followed behind Gu Yu. Ji Qian, you return to the lodging and wait for me first. Before I find you, don't come over and look for me anymore, Gu Yu instructed. Ji Qian's expression stiffened and he said with difficulty, young master, could it be that you really want to acknowledge that little girl as your master? In my view, even though that girl's strength is very strong, it's still just slightly stronger compared to young master. She's still not qualified enough to be your master. Gu Yu shook his head and said, you don't understand. The disparity between me and her right now isn't large. But along with the passage of time, the disparity between me and her will become greater and greater. By the time we both reach peak alchemy emperor realm, this young master will probably not even be able to see her back view anymore. Ji Qian looked at his young master oddly. Gu Yu's personality, he was all too clear. This sort of words that diminished his own prestige, he would never say it. Looks like today, he was really utterly convinced by his loss. But young master, if family head knows of this matter, Ji Qian said hesitantly. Gu Yu waved his hand and said, you don't say, I don't say, how will he know? Ji Qian knew young master's temperament. Helpless, he could only leave by himself. Yi Yuan's party divided the crowd and were just about to leave, but had their path blocked by a group of people. The person at the front looked around 30+ years old, with a highly spirited appearance. The most conspicuous was the high-rank alchemy emperor badge on his chest. The divine realm had many alchemy emperors, but people who were able to reach high-rank alchemy emperor were scanty few. Between initial rank alchemy emperor and high-rank alchemy emperor was an insurmountable chasm. High-rank alchemy emperor was the highest rank realm among the alchemist realms that the Alchemist Association divided, which was also to say that within the scope that the Alchemist Association recognized, high-rank alchemy emperor was the pinnacle of alchemists. Of course, it was not that there was no disparity between high-rank alchemy emperors and high-rank alchemy emperors. Among alchemists there was a form of address towards an extremely small group of people, that was peak alchemy emperor. This peak alchemy emperor was somewhat similar to the void mystic realm in essence energy cultivation realms. Only by being publicly recognized by everyone as a peak alchemy emperor was it truly standing at the apex of the divine realm's alchemists. And only peak alchemy emperors would be addressed respectfully as Z. This group of people was the bunch of people who truly guided the direction of the divine realm's alchemy world. Of course, even so, this high-rank alchemy emperor in front was an exceedingly rare existence too. Didn't think that our former peerless genius, Qingyun Zi, actually fell to such a plight today. TSK, initial rank alchemy emperor, is it? The Qingyun Zi who slaughtered in all directions in Cloud Marsh City back then actually returned to the starting point now. Ha ha ha. That person laughed wildly, his laughter carrying a ton of satisfaction. Seeing Yi Yuan encounter a calamity at present, he seemed to be very liberated. But his words caused a mighty uproar among the crowd. Qingyunzi. Lord Zhuqing said that he was Lord Qingyunzi just now? There's no mistake, right? What? That young man is Lord Qingyunzi? How is this possible? Didn't Lord Qingyunzi perish long ago? Could it be that who Lord Zhuqing is talking about is another Qingyunzi? Are you a pig? In this world, apart from Ji Qingyun, who else dares to proclaim to be Qingyunzi? Everyone's gaze all looked over towards Yi Yuan, being astounded by this unexpected news. Ji Qingyun not dying, this news was seriously too astonies. Hi+ing. Especially in Cloudmarsh City, this place. In this city, Ji Qingyun was a god-like existence. His achievement on the Alchemy Emperor Proclamation was a myth-like record. For 100,000 years, he was the one and only legendary figure. The alchemists mucking around in Cloudmarsh City, regardless of how strong their strength was, their goal was only one: Ji Qingyun. Back then, when Qingyunzi fell, the entire Cloudmarsh City stunned. There were many alchemists who immediately formed organizations to mourn for Ji Qingyun. But now Ji Qingyun actually came back to life. How could this news not shock them? Zhuqing said with a roaring laugh, "That's right, this young man called Yi Yuan at the moment is precisely your idol, Ji Qingyun. At present, he's merely just a stray dog." The expressions of Ao Qian and the rest all changed, and they wanted to make a move to deal with Zhuqing. This guy actually insulted people with words. Yi Yuan waved his hand and stopped them from taking action, and he said nonchalantly, "A good dog doesn't block the path, get lost." Yo, this imposing momentum really doesn't lose out to back then. It's just a shame that your strength is far too lacking. Zhuqing did not get angry either and just ridiculed. Yi Yuan darted him a glance and said indifferently, "Looks like some people forgot about the matter of losing until buck naked back then." Yi Yuan naturally recognized this Zhuqing in front of him. Among the people who challenged him back then, this Zhuqing was also one whose strength was very formidable. It was just that this guy's utilitarian heart was too strong and wanted to step on his reputation to climb up. Other than things related to pill battles, they even added another clause. The one who loses would take off all of their clothes and run for 3 days and nights in Cloudmarsh City. The result was naturally that Zhuqing was crushed until he was beaten blue and black. This matter was treated as a conversation topic 300 years ago and was a joke for a very long period of time. 300 years later, this Zhuqing actually became Cloudmarsh City's deputy city lord with a shake of his body. With the White Tiger battle, the news of Ji Qingyun returning was already not some secret among the Divine Realm's upper echelons. With Zhuqing's status, knowing about Yi Yuan was also not some unexpected thing. Upon hearing Yi Yuan mention this incident, Zhuqing's face immediately became black as the bottom of a pot. Over 300 years had passed, said, Cloudmarsh City's alchemists had long changed batch after batch already. But there were still some who knew about the matter back then. Humph! A stray dog actually dares to be so KY2. Publicly appearing in Cloudmarsh City. Aren't you afraid of Ji Kanglin coming to kill you? Zhuqing said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need for you to worry about that. You'd best worry about the clothes on you." Zhuqing could not help being stifled by this. Yi Yuan just kept using this matter to irk him. He could not do anything at all. You're indeed still as revolting as back then. However, since our beloved Lord Qingyunzi came back, are you interested in playing another round? You're being addressed respectfully as Qingyunzi. Even if you're only initial rank Alchemy Emperor at the moment, your strength probably can't be underestimated either, right? You look, this Cloudmarsh City's countless alchemists all view you as their idol. Could it be that you have no intention of broadening their horizons? Zhuqing suddenly switched faces and said mockingly. Over 300 years had passed, said. Zhuoqing's strength could not be mentioned in the same breath long ago, while Yi Yuan only had initial rank alchemy emperor's strength at present. He was betting on that Yi Yuan did not dare to compete with him. When he knew that Yi Yuan showed up in Cloud Marsh City, his first reaction was to come over and humiliate him ruthlessly. Zhuoqing's suggestion was not held in contempt by the surrounding audience. On the contrary, each and every one of them all revealed a look of anticipation. If it were others, they would definitely feel that Zhuoqing was bullying the weak as the strong. But Yi Yuan was different. Yi Yuan was the God in their hearts and was undefeatable. Even if Zhuoqing was a high-rank alchemy emperor, it was impossible for Lord Qingyunzi to lose to him either. Chapter 1034, Han Qingzi. Chapter 1034. Han Qingzi except this was the way they saw it. Reaching Zhuoqing's boundary, one would know just how great the gap between initial rank alchemy emperor and high rank alchemy emperor was. He spent 300 years before breaking through from initial rank alchemy emperor to high rank alchemy emperor, while at present, Ji Qingyun had merely just entered alchemy emperor realm, which was equivalent to saying that Yi Yuan was marching on the spot for these 300 years. Zhuoqing trained bitterly for 300 years. If he could not even beat the Ji Qingyun who was marching on the spot, he should find a piece of tofu to go commit suicide already. Him saying these words was undoubtedly wanting to extol Yi Yuan high up to the skies, then in front of everybody, to slay a God. As long as he could defeat Ji Qingyun, he would obtain innumerable fame and status. Of course, there was still limitless resources. Qingyunzi was high up on the summit. His status was God knows how many times higher compared to when he just entered Alchemy Emperor realm back then. Slaughtering in all directions in Cloud Marsh City was merely minor squabbles. But 300 years later, Qingyunzi was a true apex figure. Dragging Ji Qingyun down at this time, the implications were far greater compared to back then. Although somewhat winning through unorthodox means, who asked Ji Qingyun to dare appear in Cloud Marsh City in a swaggering manner. Yi Yuan smiled until Zhuoqing felt rather apprehensive. To Zhuoqing, Ji Qingyun was the nightmare that he could never wipe away for life. After the battle back then, Ji Qingyun had a meteoric rise and climbed directly to a high position, and only used a very short time to ascend to the pinnacle of the Divine Realm's alchemy world. While he, although it was not to the extent of fading into the crowd, so many years had Pa said, but he was still unable to break through to the boundary of peak alchemy emperor. This step was far too difficult. It's been 300 years. You, this fellow, are really sludge that can't hold a wall up. You're sure that you want to have a pill battle with me? Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back as he said with a faint smile. Seeing Yi Yuan's calm and collected appeared, Zhuoqing's heart could not refrain from pounding. Qingyunzi's fame was seriously too overwhelming. Furthermore, his awe-inspiring reputation was gotten from match after match of Cruz. Plusing others. Except, the moment he thought about Yi Yuan's current realm, Zhuoqing set his mind at ease considerably again. This guy was definitely pretending to be mysterious. Look at what you're saying, to be able to obtain Lord Qingyunzi's guidance. This Zhuo is honored in every possible way. Zhuoqing said with a smile. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, all right then, as you Wisconsin H. Plus honestly speaking, coming to Cloud Marsh City, I really still somewhat reminisce the feeling back then. Hearing Yi Yuan and Zhuoqing's conversation, Guyu wished to find a piece of rock to commit suicide. He actually postured in front of Lord Qingyunzi. He really postured in front of Lord Qingyunzi, who lent him the gall to dare posture in front of Lord Qingyunzi. Guyu's confidence swelled at one point and thought that he really could surpass Qingyunzi. But he could not even beat Lord Qingyunzi's disciples. Master, he's really Lord Qingyunzi? Guyu pulled Shao Ruyan and thickened his skin to ask. Xiao Rian flung him off and said smilingly, "Otherwise, what do you think?" Slap. Slap. Gu Yu viciously gave himself 2 tight slaps and said, "Ask you to have eyes but fail to see. Ask you to be condescending. Master, you must take me in as a disciple. I, Gu Yu, must acknowledge you as my master. This young lady can't make the call. I myself haven't even graduated from apprentices. HI+P yet." Xiao Rian said. "Ha ha ha. I knew that Lord Qingyunzi wouldn't die that easily." Lord Qingyunzi's demise was a major loss to the Divine Realm's alchemy world. Back then, I was even lamentful about this for a long time. Didn't think that he actually seized possession and revived. Lord Qingyunzi is my lifelong goal. Back then, when I heard the news of his demise, I really almost broke down. I just can't imagine that he really didn't die. Quite a number of alchemists, especially the young alchemists, were all like they were injected with stimulant. When they knew that Yi Yuan was Ji Qingyun, they were really incredibly agitated. In the alchemy world, Yi Yuan was an absolute paradigm-like figure. He was different from those veteran peak alchemy emperors. When he advanced to peak alchemy emperor, he was too young. Furthermore, being young and rash back then, slaughtering in all directions in Cloud Marsh City, and becoming the #1 person in 100,000 years, this made him become countless genius alchemists' idol. This emotional turmoil of losing and recovering their idol again was what ordinary people could not imagine. Seeing the appearance of emotions running high everywhere, Ao Qian and company were endlessly amazed too. They were all the older generation figures already. The things that they had experienced were far too many. But they had never seen before that someone's sway in the divine realm could be so great. Even Ao Qian, this old monster who lived for 40,000 years, he felt that he had broadened his horizons today too. As for Zuoqing, he sneered coldly in his heart. "When I trample your idol under my foot, I really want to see what kind of expressions you all have." The current Yi Yuan was already not the Ji Qingyun back then. Thinking in his heart, Zuoqing opened his mouth again and said, "Lord Qingyunzi, why not play the little game back then one more time?" Yi Yuan was stunned and immediately could not help laughing in spite of himself as he said, "Your present ident. 1. Tai is extraordinary. Doing this sort of disgraceful thing again isn't too good, right?" "Ho-ho, just having some fun," Zuoqing said like he had everything planned out. "All right then, since you're willing to lose-face yourself, that's up to you too. However, the two of us competing in alchemy, who will be the judge?" Yi Yuan refrained from commenting. Zuoqing froze. He did not think about this. With the two of their ident. 1. Ties, the average person really could not become a judge. I wonder if this old man has the qualifications to be the judge? Right then, a hoa. R.S.E. an aged voice suddenly sounded out from among the crowd. Everyone looked over trying to find the owner of the voice. They saw an old man whose hair and beard were all white appear in the crowd, with a sage-like appearance. Zuoqing's gaze turned serious as he said in surprise, "Turns out that it's Lord Han Qingzi. Oh, of course you have this qualification." Han Qingzi was an itinerant alchemist without any sect. But this person, was famous for being impartial. His prestige in the alchemy world was extremely high. It was naturally the most suitable for him to be the judge. But when Yi Yuan saw Han Qingzi, he could not help laughing as he said, "You, this old fellow who's halfway into the earth, actually came to join in the fun too." Han Qingzi slowly got on the stage and said smilingly, "The immemorial medicine garden opening, this kind of grand age, which alchemist wouldn't be moved. It's just that this old man never thought that you actually came back." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Came back, some things have to be done. This kind of small squabble, I didn't think that you're also willing to join in. Not afraid of demeaning your status either?" Han Qingzi burst into laughter when he heard that and said, "You look at the expressions of everyone below the stage, do you still feel that it's a minor spat? Furthermore, not meeting for so many years, this old man is also very curious whether your alchemy Dao cultivation really declined or not. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Fine then. Thinking it over, only you're the most suited to. Begin then." Han Qingzi and Yi Yuan had a good talk, but hung Cloud Marsh City's deputy city lord out to dry at one side. This made Zhuoqing gloomy to the extreme. But he also knew that with how Han Qingzi was chatting happily with Yi Yuan regarding Pa's Sing judgment this sort of thing, he absolutely would not be partial to one side. Chapter 1035. Let him run first. Chapter 1035. Let him run first. At the end, the pill formula that Han Qingzi picked for the two people was the Purple Clarity Jade Heaven pill. The Purple Clarity Jade Heaven pill was a high-grade Tier 9 medicinal pill. The difficulty level was intermediate. To high-rank alchemy emperors, it was also not that easy to be able to refine. Of course, with Zhuoqing's strength, refining it should not be too big of a problem. It was just the question of grade. Toward this, Yi Yuan had a look of indifference. Zhuoqing sneered coldly in his heart. Pretentious! I'll see until when you can pretend like that. Begin then, Han Qing said coolly. Zhuoqing already mustered up enough power. Under Han Qingzi's command, his palm shook and directly shattered the spirit medicines on the table to dust. Shattering medicine and condensing the embryo. The moment Zhuoqing made his move, his technique astounded everyone. Zhuoqing was also considered an example of striving harder after knowing humiliation. After being defeated by Yi Yuan, he did not fall into low spirit. He cultivated with all his might instead. Within a short 300 years' time, he reached the boundary of high-rank alchemy emperor. Within 300 years from initial rank alchemy emperor to high-rank alchemy emperor, this was a very impressive achievement. Not everyone could be as freakish as Yi Yuan, to be able to accomplish to this extent within a short several dozen years. In truth, when Yi Yuan left Cloud Marsh City, he was already a middle-rank alchemy emperor. Those few years, Yi Yuan's pill battle intensity was tremendous, but he also learned from others' strong points and was also a massive improvement to his alchemy Dao strength. Therefore, that was why Zhuoqing's achievements would be overshadowed when placed in front of Yi Yuan. When Zhuoqing was still middle-rank alchemy emperor, Yi Yuan was already on equal footing with those apex powerhouses in the divine realm. As Cloud Marsh City's deputy city lord, Zhuoqing normally would not easily take action either. Making a move here today displayed his profound skills. Except, Yi Yuan did something that astounded people even more. He walked right out of the array formation and started chatting with Han Qingzi. Han Qingzi was stupefied and immediately laughed in spite of himself as he said, "You brat, this is also looking down on Zhuoqing too much, right? No matter what, he's also Cloud Marsh City's deputy city lord now. His strength can't be underestimated." Yi Yuan took a look at Zhuoqing and said with a faint smile, "Let him do it first. Otherwise, he'll say that I bully him later." Zhuoqing was originally fully immersed in the process of shattering the medicines and condensing the embryo. But his eyes glimpsed toward Yi Yuan's action, and he nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Fortunately, his strength indeed stood above others and controlled those spirit medicines. This D.A.M. fellow definitely infuriating me on purpose. Ignore him. As long as I refine the medicinal pill, this guy will lose for sure. Zhuoqing cursed inwardly. Actually, Yi Yuan was really not angering him. In Yi Yuan's view, once alchemists enter the pill refining state, they would devote their heart and soul into it. How could they still have the thought to care about others? But Zhuoqing just took notice of him. First of all, on focus, Zhuoqing lost to Yi Yuan by more than a level. Yi Yuan just purely felt that this sort of pill battle had no difficulty to speak of to him at all. Refining high-grade Tier 9 medicinal pills was nothing difficult for him. Refining the 9 Truth pill the last time, Yi Yuan was just pursuing the strongest medicinal effect, that was why he would bring out his full strength. However, the moment Zhuqing made his move just now, he already lost interest in the pill battle. Too weak. Yi Yuan's shattering medicine and condensing medicinal embryo, and Zhuqing's shattering medicine and condensing medicinal embryo, the two were different. When experts made their move, the genuine and the fake would become clear at a glance. Zhuqing's shattering medicine and condensing the embryo was completely unable to fully unleash the medicinal effects of the spirit medicines. His level of skill was still far too lacking. Han Qingzi shook his head and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "In that case, he doesn't have any hope at all?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not even a shred." Han Qingzi sighed slightly and said, "Looks like these 20 years, not only did your alchemy Dao strength not decline, it grew with each pause. Sing day instead." Yi Yuan said, "Aren't you the same too?" Han Qingzi shook his head and said, "That's different. This lifetime you probably put most of your effort on the martial path, right?" But hearing the news of your demise back then, this old man was still really stunned for a long time. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "It's still elder brother you, who are concerned about me. Some old fellows were probably thrilled until they skipped around when they heard the news of my demise, right? Including that guy over there." Han Qingzi said with a smile, "This old man doesn't have any conflicts of interest with you either. I naturally won't look forward to you dying. If you can really seek out the path of deity realm, it might even let us, these old fellows, receive endless benefits." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "How can the path of deity realm be so easy? For 100,000 years, how many Estonis, plus-ing talented people could not do it, let alone me?" Han Qingzi scolded laughingly, "You punk, being insincere with your words." The two people exchanged a glance, and both started laughing. These two people had a lively conversation and muddled the people below the stage silly. It was true that Lord Qingyunzi was their idol. But slighting Lord Zhuqing like this was also looking down on people too much, right? After all, Lord Qingyunzi was only an initial rank alchemy emperor currently. Could it be that Lord Qingyunzi seizing possession and reviving, his personality also suffered influence? No one would have thought that this chat would be an entire day's time. Han Qingzi and Yi Yuan, the two people conversed very engrossly. At times they laughed heartily. Sometimes their brows knitted despondently, as if completely forgotten about the pill battle. Refining high-grade Tier 9 medicinal pills at least needed 3 days' time to be able to form the pill 2. But Yi Yuan wasted a day just like that. How could he still compete? All the way until the second day noon, Yi Yuan slowly got up and said, "Elder brother, let's catch up later. I'll send this guy packing first." Han Qingzi nodded his head and said smilingly, "You got to pay close attention. With this waste, it's a day and a half's time." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Relax, definitely coming out before this guy." Done talking, Yi Yuan directly entered the array formation. But Han Qingzi's expression turned solemn. Slow by a day and a half, and still could come out before Zhuqing? This point, even he himself could not do it either. Could it be that reviving for these 20 years, Ji Qingyun's alchemy Dao strength improvement was actually so great? Yi Yuan came before the table, and his palm force likewise shook, directly shattering those Tier 9 spirit medicines to dust. Similarly shattering medicines and condensing embryo, Yi Yuan's move was far more beautiful compared to him. Seeing this scene, Han Qingzi's expression became a little more solemn. Reaching his level, who was better or lousier, was clear at a glance. Just this move, Yi Yuan's strength was more than plenty to shake Zhuqing off more than 10 streets behind. This brat's control of essence energy seems to have become more exquisite. Really a freak. Han Qingzi muttered to himself. The medicinal embryo's refinement done, Yi Yuan urged with one hand, and the cleansing sandal sacred flame started heating up the medicinal cauldron. His technique was virtually identical with Xiao Ruyan and Rendong's previously, like starting a fire to cook a meal. But the moment he made his move, it was totally different from the two disciples. Really seeing ghosts. Clearly starting a fire to cook a meal. How can Lord Qingyunzi's silent offering make people feast their eyes upon it like so? Lord Qingyunzi is Lord Qingyunzi. Before reincarnating, how many years has it been since we've seen him take action already? This is the style of a peak alchemy emperor. But he's already slow by a day and a half's time. Can he catch up to Lord Zhuoqing's rate of progress? Chapter 1036. Already gone. Chapter 1036. Already gone. Han Qingzi's astonishment was completely different from the rest. Tier 9 Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame. It was actually a Tier 9 Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame. Using this essence fire to refine medicinal pills was simply successful in every endeavor. Although Yi Yuan was just initial rank alchemy emperor strength at the moment, no idea why, Han Qingzi kept having a feeling of not being able to see through. Looks like this Ji Qingyun is already not the Ji Qingyun back then. Han Qingzi heaved a long sigh and said. In the process of everyone's astonishment, Yi Yuan already heated the medicinal cauldron to a state of glittering and crystal clarity with immense speed. It was just that his kind of glittering and crystal clear was G-O. D knows how many times stronger compared to Xiao Ruyan and Rendong's kind of transparency. The entire medicinal cauldron was virtually already in a transparent state. Everyone all knew that the moment Yi Yuan's essence fire stopped, this medicinal cauldron would surely be wasted. This approach was overdrafting the medicinal cauldron's life force to stimulate an even stronger pill refinement effect. 8 diagrams. Wandering Dragon's secret art. Legendary realm, shouted someone. The moment the pill refinement started, someone cried out in shock. Yi Yuan did not have any hesitation and directly entered the legendary realm. Furthermore, it was the extremely high-rank 8 diagrams Wandering Dragon's secret art. Probably only an existence like Lord Qingyunzi could enter the legendary realm as and when he pleased, right? Indeed, well deserving of being Lord Qingyunzi. This kind of refinement simply makes people feel refreshed in spirit. What Zhuoqing used was also the 8 diagrams Wandering Dragon's secret art. But it was the realm of major accomplishment. It did not even reach the great circle of perfection. In contrast, the disparity between the two people was too obvious. But Han Qingzi's brows furrowed, and he muttered under his breath, "This punk should have long grasped the 9 stars Imperial Heaven art already." He actually only used the 8 diagrams Wandering Dragon's secret art? Where did his confidence come from? Yi Yuan's every movement and action, Han Qingzi was very perplexed. It was leaping realms to do battle in the first place. Yi Yuan actually only used the 8 diagrams Wandering Dragon's secret art and wanted to refine a high-grade Tier 9 medicinal pill. It was likely not easy, right? Zhuoqing, this high-rank alchemy emperor, was not touted out. A conservative estimation, Zhuoqing could also refine a high-grade purple clarity Jade Heaven pill. For Yi Yuan to want to win, it at least had to be superior grade 2. But could it be done? Even though it was just the 8 diagrams Wandering Dragon's secret art, each one of Yi Yuan's seals secretly incorporated heavenly Tao, giving people a feeling of mystery and hard to fathom. The same move, when used by different people, the effects were totally different. As luck would have it, what Zhuoqing and Yi Yuan used was both the 8 diagrams Wandering Dragon's secret art. The moment people with discerning eyes saw, they could immediately distinguish the level of superiority. The two people's understanding of alchemy skills was completely not on the same level. Through the transparent medicinal cauldron, people could see that in Yi Yuan's medicinal cauldron, that gradually forming medicinal pill seemed to be jumping for joy under the essence fire's envelopment, like it was dancing. Very soon, the people surrounding were completely brought into the pill refinement process of pleasing the eyes and mind by Yi Yuan. Gu Yu's heart nearly jumped out when he watched Yi Yuan's pill refinement in the crowd. Too terrific. This is true pill refinement. This is a true expert. Talking until the back. Gu Yu was virtually rambling incoherently already. Xiao Rian looked at him like looking at a moron and said speechlessly, "Didn't you say that you want to Serpa? Lord Qingyunzi? Where did that confidence of yours go to?" Gu Yu said, "That was merely youthful unbridledness, doesn't count. Now, I've already turned over a new leaf and swear to follow in Lord Qingyunzi's footsteps. Starting from now, he's my idol, my lifelong goal." Xiao Rian had nothing to say. This guy's transformation was also too great, right? Yesterday, he was still young and frivolous. Today, he turned over a new leaf already? However, Xiao Rian more or less also discerned a little. Gu Yu was really infatuated with alchemy Dao. Only the fascination of alchemy Dao could turn a haughty youth into this. Speaking of which, wasn't junior apprentice brother Rendong the same too? In a twinkle, a day's time Pa said. Everyone was immersed in Yi Yuan's pill refinement, unable to extricate themselves. Suddenly, Yi Yuan gave a light cry, "Purple clarity jade heaven pill, condense." The moment the essence fire was withdrawn, the medicinal pill was already formed. Murmur. Following Yi Yuan's essence fire withdrawing, the medicinal cauldron instantly turned into a pile of black charcoal, falling apart to pieces. Yi Yuan lightly beckoned, and the medicinal pill flew into the container. Han Qingzi's expression turned intent, and he said in amazement, "It's done already?" He entered the array formation to carry out the inspection of the medicinal pill impatiently. When he saw the medicinal pill, he could not help looking at Yi Yuan in astonishment. Transcendent grade. You actually used the 8 diagrams Wandering Dragon secret art to refine out a transcendent grade purple clarity jade heaven pill? Han Qingzi said in disbelief. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Just a purple clarity jade heaven pill. It's also not some unique medicinal pill. How can it be that hard to refine?" Medicinal pills used to compete in alchemy were all not some truly special medicinal pills. To a powerhouse like Yi Yuan, refining was completely as easy as blowing off dust. Of course, that was referring to matching his strength. But the current Yi Yuan was merely just an initial rank alchemy emperor. Saying these words was a little exaggerated. Han Qingzi was speechless as he said, "I've also heard about your matters. It was said that your soul force already broke through the limitations of cultivation realm. Actually, you're already half a middle-rank alchemy emperor now. It's just that even so, your refinement was also a bit too shocking." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Reincarnating for another life, thought through some things that I couldn't figure out in the past instead. It's considered having some accidental gains. This purple clarity jade heaven pill is seriously not considered a big deal to me." Han Qingzi smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, "You brat, you're really a freak. Saying that you have the greatest hope of breaking through to the alchemy God realm is absolutely not just saying it." Actually, Yi Yuan did not tell the truth. The reason why he could attain such an effect was actually still all thanks to the refinement of the 9-truth pill the last time. After that time, his understanding of alchemy Dao became even deeper. Even if he deliberately concealed divine Dao laws, refining a medicinal pill like the purple clarity jade heaven pill was still very effortless. The refinement last time could be said to have utterly broadened his horizons, letting him stand on a higher level to look at the problem. Going back to refined Tier 9 medicinal pills now, that feeling was totally different. Yi Yuan patted Han Qingzi's shoulders and said with a smile, "Thanks for your auspicious words. The matters over here will have to trouble elder brother. This guy still needs to refine G. Oh. D knows how long. I won't be keeping company." Done talking, Yi Yuan brought Xiao Rian and the rest and immediately left. When Gu Yu saw the situation, he also waddled along and followed behind. The moment Yi Yuan left, a large group of people dispersed with a loud bang, all running after Yi Yuan. They did not know what they wanted to do either and just followed Yi Yuan regardless. Perhaps it was just purely wanting to see how this former apex expert was like at present. Han Qingzi could not help smiling wryly and saw Yi Yuan off with his gaze. After half a day, it was already empty below the stage. Purple clarity jade heaven pill, condense. Zhuqing gave a fierce cry and the medicinal pill finally formed. Ha ha ha. Did pretty well this time. Even if it can't reach superior grade, it shouldn't be far off as well. Zhuqing said with a loud laugh. Suddenly, he discovered that something was not quite right and could not help looking below the stage, and was immediately stunned. Where are the people? Han Qingzi gave him a pitiful glance and went up to pat him on the shoulders as he said with a sigh, "The people are already gone." Chapter 1037. The Dog at Grand Master's Feet. Chapter 1037. The dog at Grand Master's feet, Master, that punk is still kneeling outside, insisting on acknowledging me as his master. I already taught him a vicious lesson just now, but he refused to leave. Xiao Ruyan was already messed by Guyu this sticky candy, until she had no temper. No matter how she hit, how she scolded, Guyu was completely indifferent. In short, it was not retaliating when hit, not retorting when scolded, insisting on acknowledging Xiao Ruyan as his master. "Milord, how about I go out and cripple that boy, and directly throw outside the city?" Jiang Taitsong said ferociously. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "No need to care about him. Grind down his disposition first before talking. Shuangzhou, I let you all send news out, saying that I want to collect Ancient Spirit Center fragrant GRAS and jade green sacred flower stamen. Is it already done?" Ruan Shuangzhou bowed and said, "Milord, the news was already let out. Your Excellency really has an immense reputation." Hearing that it was Milord who wanted to look for these two kinds of spirit medicines, each and every one of them all said that they wanted to gift to Milord for free. Now, pretty much the entire Cloud Marsh city is already stirred up, helping Milord to find these two types of spirit medicines. But these two kinds of spirit medicines are too rare. Even if it's the Cloud Marsh city, there might not have either. Ao Qian scoffed in contempt and said, "How are they looking on account of Milord's face? They are gifting Milord a favor. Although the Ancient Spirit Center fragrant GRAS and jade green sacred flower stamen are seldom seen, Milord's favor is clearly more valuable compared to these two things." The matter of Yi Yuan utterly tros. Hi plus Ing Zhuqing already spread crazily in Cloud Marsh City these 2 days. For some time, the news of Qin Yunzi returning caused a huge commotion, and already became the entire Cloud Marsh City's greatest topic of conversation. Qin Yunzi returned domineeringly. Not only did his alchemy Dao strength not decline, but it also became even more astonies. Hi plus Ing instead. With initial rank Alchemy Emperor strength, utterly trouncing the high-rank Alchemy Emperor, Deputy City Lord Zhuqing. This sort of thing was simply inconceivable. However, Lord Qin Yunzi was a life form that accompanied miracles in the first place. It seemed like a complete Hi plus Ing to this extent was not something hard to imagine. Him being able to escape death in a great calamity and returning to Cloud Marsh City, wasn't it a miracle in itself? One had to know that Lord Qin Yunzi was the alchemist known as closest to alchemy G.O.D. Making him owe a favor was too worth it. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "If can really find it, what's the harm in owing a favor?" One sentence, it made Jiang Taitsong and Wu Lu both incredibly touched. These two kinds of spirit medicines were precisely the high-grade Tier 9 spirit medicines necessary for refining the pure source infusion divine pill. These few days, they had already deeply experienced how heaven-defying His Excellency was. Such a heaven-defying existence was actually willing to owe others a favor for them. How could this not move them? The few people were just talking when a noisy din suddenly sounded out outside the inn. Ruan Shuangzhou's expression changed and he said, I'll go and take a look at what's the situation. But Yi Yuan waved his hands to stop it and said, No rush, take a look first. Outside the inn, a young man led a group of people, while opposite them was just Gu Yu alone. Jian Wushuang, I know that you bear a grudge with my Grand Master. Want to find trouble with him, go through me first. Gu Yu had a grim look and said without weakening his imposing manner. That young man called Jian Wushuang chortled with laughter and said, Yo! Never heard before of Ji Qingyun accepting disciples in the past. It's just been 20 years, and he even has a grand pupil already? However, who the H.E.L. are you? To also dare stop this seat? Gu Yu said with a cold smile, Jian Wushuang, you pursued Spirit Snow Divine King back then but failed to win her heart and was even trampled by Grandmaster like a dog. You actually still dare to come in front of him to be insolent. The moment these words came out, everyone was marveling at Gu Yu's boldness. This Jian Wushuang was the young sect master of one of the 8 great super holy lands, the Heavenly Sword sect. His sword Dao cultivation pierced the heavens and penetrated the earth. It was said that he already had 1 foot stepped into the ranks of void mystic expert. Didn't think that the immemorial medicine garden opening this time, the Heavenly Sword sect came over too. Jian Wushuang heard that Lord Qingyun Zi came back. He'll naturally come to find trouble with him at the first moment. Yeah. Back then, Jian Wushuang pursued Spirit Snow Divine King bitterly but failed to win her heart. Spirit Snow Divine King only had eyes for Lord Qingyun Zi. The two people are sworn enemies. Especially when Spirit Snow Divine King suffered serious injuries and stayed for a month's time at the Medicine King Hall with Lord Qingyun Zi in close proximity. After this matter spread out, Jian Wushuang hated even more to the bones. Back then, Jian Wushuang went up to the Medicine King Hall to challenge Lord Qingyun Zi by himself. The result was that he was crushed by his divine soul attacks until heaven and earth turned dim, and he suffered heavy injuries. If not for that battle, perhaps Jian Wushuang would have long broken through to the realm of void mystic already. Looks like Gu Yu is determined to acknowledge Miss Xiao's master, to actually rebuke Jian Wushuang to his face. But with Lord Qingyun Zi's present strength, he's probably not Jian Wushuang's match. These 2 days, the inn where Yi Yuan was at was followed with great interest. Therefore, the moment a conflict occurred on that side, it immediately aroused a large group of martial artists' attention. Regarding Jian Wushuang and Ji Qingyun's various things back then, it was circulated widely in the divine realm. They were perfectly aware. It was just that regarding Yi Yuan's predicament, they became somewhat worried. They knew that Yi Yuan brought along several divine kings, but those few were likely still not a match compared to Jian Wushuang, while Yi Yuan himself was merely first-level Dao profound strength. It was even more impossible to be Jian Wushuang's match. Gu Yu was domineering too, to actually dare directly tear open Jian Wushuang's scar in front of so many people. With him saying that, Jian Wushuang's aura turned cold. The hairs all over Gu Yu's body was almost standing on its ends. Gu Yu knew that Yi Yuan was definitely watching him. Whether or not he could acknowledge him as his master would depend on this one chance. He absolutely could not weaken his momentum. He might as well resolve his heart and risk it all. Gu Yu raised his head high and stuck his chest out, and met Jian Wushuang's eyes proudly, not the slightest bit afraid. When Jian Wushuang saw Gu Yu's attitude, he suddenly laughed and said, Not bad. Pretty good. Ji Qingyun's grand pupil indeed have B.A.L.L.S. It's already been many years since anyone dared to speak this way to this seat. Gu Yu gave a cold laugh and said, That is my Lord Grand Master meeting with a misfortune. Otherwise, how can you be qualified to be arrogant in this divine realm? Slap. The moment Gu Yu's voice faded, Jian Wushuang's slap arrived, directly smacking Gu Yu out far away. This slap, Jian Wushuang hit it perfectly and did not claim Gu Yu's life, but struck until half of his face swelled up. Jian Wushuang slowly walked forward and said with a faint smile, "Talk, carry on talking." Gu Yu directly spewed out a mouthful of frothy blood, wanting to spray onto Jian Wushuang's face. But what kind of skill did Jian Wushuang had? How could he be dirted by an body like him? Gu Yu said with a cold smile, "If not for Grand Master showing mercy back then, you, this trash, would have long become a moron already. Would there still be a chance to flaunt your might in front of this young master?" Jian Wushuang laughed again and said, "Brat, I know you. These few years in this Cloud Marsh city, you still have some fame, claiming to want to catch up to Ji Qingyun, that fellow. However, you're already almost dying, and that Grand Master of yours is still like a cowardly turtle. He doesn't dare to come out." Done talking, Jian Wushuang pointed his fingers like a sword and lightly pointed forward. Chapter 1038. Alright, kneel down then. Chapter 1038. Alright, kneel down then. Rumble. Half of the wall behind Gu Yu collapsed with a loud bang, but Jian Wushuang's brows furrowed slightly. His face carried a hint of a shock as he said, "Merging into heaven and earth." And right then, Yi Yuan's figure slowly appeared not far away. His hand was still grabbing Gu Yu's collar. Yi Yuan loosened his hand, and Gu Yu plopped down onto the ground. His two eyes were staring wide open. Clearly, he still had not come back to his senses. That instant just now, he even thought that he was dead for sure. Now, he knew that he bet correctly. Lord Qingyunzi really made a move and saved him. Pretty well done. Yi Yuan's nonchalant voice transmitted into his ears, akin to a heavenly melody. At this time, Ao Qian and the rest also came out in an instant, and they guarded around Yi Yuan's side. Jian Wushuang sized Yi Yuan up with a glance and suddenly let out a huge laugh and said, "Ha ha ha. The exalted peak alchemy emperor, Qingyunzi, actually ended up in such a plight. Really didn't expect it. Perhaps this is called, heaven has eyes, right? Don't you guys think so?" Ha ha. Seeing Yi Yuan change a body, furthermore, only had first-level Dao profound strength at present, the delight in his heart welled up limitlessly, making him smile until he grinned from ear to ear. Nothing was more satisfying than seeing one's enemy encountering difficulties. Yi Yuan did not speak. He just watched him laugh quietly like that. Actually, only he was laughing too. In this Cloud Marsh city, everyone was firstly excited by Yi Yuan's return, and secondly sympathetic. And body would mock him at all. As for those subordinates that Jian Wushuang brought over, each and every one of them also laughed along. It was just that so many people surrounding and watching, their laughter appeared very dry. Finally, Jian Wushuang also realized that he was like a clown, before gradually ceasing the laughter. Yi Yuan looked at him and said smilingly, "Laughed enough? If you had your fill of laughter, bring your men and get lost then. Don't look for trouble yourself." Jian Wushuang's face turned black. He discovered that he forever could not find that sense of accomplishment in front of Ji Qingyun. He had clearly met with a misfortune currently. Why was he still being mocked by him? "Ji Qingyun, you don't think that the current you can dismiss me with just a word, right? You're merely a homeless dog right now. Even if I don't kill you, do you think that Ji Kanglin will let you go? Or perhaps, do you think I'll let you off so easily today?" Jian Wushuang said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Otherwise?" Jian Wushuang suddenly discovered that he forever could not keep his cool in front of Yi Yuan. In comparison, he was always suppressed by Ji Qingyun. Thinking about this, Jian Wushuang could not help switching to a smiling face as he said, "We've also not met for a long time. The day we met again feels as if a lifetime has passed. Don't you feel that we should have a good talk about the old days and settle the scores? Am I very close to you? If you still don't get lost, don't blame me for not being courteous anymore." Yi Yuan said very calmly. "Haha, I want to see just how our Lord Qingyunzi can be discourteous to me. Could it be by relying on that group of trash behind you?" Jian Wushuang said with a loud laugh. Hearing Ji Wushuang's words, the faces of Ao Qian and the rest all turned black. Especially Ao Qian. How formidable of an existence was he back then? Now, he was actually looked down upon by a junior like so. This simply made him explode with anger. But speaking of which, his current strength might even be inferior to Wan Shuangzhou's, let alone talk about Jian Wushuang. Junior, if this old can recover my strength, I'll definitely tear that mouth of yours. Ao Qian gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Jian Wushuang said with a loud laugh, You this old fellow should enter a coffin already. Today this seat can send you on your way. Yi Yuan secretly heaved a sigh in his heart. Each and every one of these fellows, how many years has it been, no changes at all. Zuoqing was like that, Jian Wushuang was similarly like so. Could it be that they just could not be a little more mature? Speaking of which, they were plenty old already, but were still like snotty children, like to go around posturing. Fine then. Today's matter has nothing to do with them. Don't you want to find trouble with me? What do you want to do? State your intention. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said. Jian Wushuang was stunned when he heard that and immediately burst into laughter and said, Haha, what did I hear? The exalted Lord Qin Yunzi actually lowered his head to me? Did you guys see that? Did you guys see that? Seeing Jian Wushuang's appearance of a despicable person realizing his ambition, the people surrounding and watching also showed indignant looks. Sigh, really a tiger landing in a plane gets bullied by dogs. Recalling when Lord Qin Yunzi was at the height of his power back then, although he was not adept in martial strength, his divine soul mystic arts reached the acme of perfection. Even void mystic experts might not gain any advantage at his hands. But now, truly a villain intoxicated by success. Back then, Jian Wushuang was pummeled by Lord Qin Yunzi until he cried his lungs out. How could the Spirit Snow Divine King possibly take fancy of this guy? Unless she's blind. In my view, Spirit Snow Divine King and Lord Qin Yunzi, that's a match made in heaven. These people's words transmitted into Jian Wushuang's ears. He was enraged until he trembled all over. But a large group of martial artists already gathered at the scene. He could not possibly kill off one by one either. He could only cast all of his anger on Yi Yuan. Ji Qinyun, kneel down and kowtow for this seat today. If this seat feels happy, I might really let you go. Ha ha, Jian Wushuang said with a loud laugh. Jian Wushuang completely believed that Yi Yuan was really afraid of him. That was why he would compromise out of consideration for the general interest. After all, the way he saw it, Yi Yuan's first-level Dao profound strength was completely inadequate to pose the least bit of threat to him. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, All right, you start kowtowing then. No need for many, 3 will do. Then bring your people and scream, this young master will be able to forgive you. Jian Wushuang's smile involuntarily stiffened and his face turned black as he pointed at Yi Yuan furiously and said, Ji Qinyun, you tricked me. Yi Yuan said coolly, Don't you know that Ji Kanglin already stepped into Void Mystic, while you actually haven't broken through yet? Want to become this young master's opponent, you also got to at least learn from Ji Kanglin. Your current bit of ability is also fit to be arrogant in front of this young master? Jian Wushuang's entire body shook from anger. Why had he not broken through to Void Mystic? Wasn't it still thanks to Yi Yuan? For so many years, Ji Qinyun had always been his inner demon. He was already stuck at the gates of Void Mystic for very long. But every time he almost broke through, Ji Qinyun's shadow could not be wiped away. Therefore, that was why he would come to the immemorial medicine garden this time, wanting to find an opportunity to break through. It was just that he never thought that he would encounter the Ji Qinyun who reincarnated the moment he came. Very good. I want to see on what basis a first-level Dao Profound dares to be so wildly arrogant. Jian Wushuang's longsword swung. A terrifying sword intent headed for Yi Yuan grandly. But right at the same time, A terrifying energy undulation also spread out from Yi Yuan there. Yi Yuan already took out a fire rod at goodness knows when. An outrageous strength gushed out and was actually even stronger than his sword intent. Rumble. Caught by surprise, Jian Wushuang was directly smashed out far away. He vomited a mouthful of blood. Since you knew that I came back, didn't you hear that I have a divine artifact in possession? Yi Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang with pity and said coolly. Chapter 1039. Extreme Sword Divine King. Chapter 1039. Extreme Sword Divine King. Divine Artifact. It's really a divine artifact. Lord Qingyunzi actually has a divine artifact in possession. No need for Yi Yuan to say, the others also felt the pressure of a divine artifact. Each and every one was incomparably shocked. A divine artifact coming into being was already not some secret in the divine realm long ago. It was just that they did not expect that Lord Qingyunzi actually had a divine artifact in possession too. Regarding the divine artifact, Yi Yuan already could not be bothered to conceal it anymore either. This matter would spread sooner or later, and could not be concealed at all. Jian Wushuang struggled to his feet. Wiping away the fresh blood at the corners of his mouth, he used a dumbstruck gaze to look at Yi Yuan as he said, How can you possibly have a divine artifact? Yi Yuan said coolly, Why can't I have a divine artifact? So, you can get lost already, right? Currently, Jian Wushuang felt aggrieved to the max. Ji Qingyun revived and only had first-level Dao profound strength currently, while he was already standing on the cusp of void mystic powerhouses. Originally thought that he could casually need Ji Qingyun. Did not think that Ji Qingyun actually brought out a divine artifact, this kind of great killing tool. He was still unable to do anything to Ji Qingyun. Could it be that in this life, I, Jian Wushuang, would have to be completely trampled underfoot by this fellow? Jian Wushuang knew that Yi Yuan did not unleash the true power of the divine artifact just now. Otherwise, he would probably not be getting injured that simple. As long as Yi Yuan had the divine artifact in his hands, he would not be able to gain any advantage. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and said to his subordinates, Let's go. Ji Qingyun, our score isn't over. Jian Wushuang's threat appeared rather feeble. The might of a divine artifact, everyone knew. Unless it was a void mystic realm powerhouse, otherwise, no one could gain any advantage under Yi Yuan's hands at all. As long as Yi Yuan was willing to pay a sufficient price, he could even exterminate Jian Wushuang just now. When Yi Yuan was still at phaseless realm, he could already rely on the sacred dragon token to dance around with divine king powerhouses. Now that he advanced to Dao Profound, the sacred dragon token could naturally unleash even great power in his hands. When those surrounding martial artists saw this scene, they were all incomparably shocked. They originally thought that Yi Yuan coming back anew, but only had first-level Dao Profound strength, was a little shabby. But through this battle, Yi Yuan finally revealed his fangs. He naturally had some reliance to dare openly appear in Cloud Marsh City. Since you came, what are you hiding your head but showing your tail for? Come on out? After Jian Wushuang left, Yi Yuan suddenly said. Ao Qian and the rest were all startled. They all did not notice that there was actually still an expert spying by the side. A youth in pale blue long robes slowly walked out from the void, looked at Yi Yuan, and said with a faint smile, Hoo-hoo, younger brother Ji, long time no see. Really didn't think that there would be a day where we'd meet again still. Seeing the arrival, Yi Yuan's brows finally smoothened out. Clearly, he was very happy. Honestly speaking, I myself didn't expect it either. Yi Yuan laughed and had a bear bug with the blue-robed youth. It looked like the two people's relations. Hi+P was very close. Extreme Sword Divine King. That's Lord Qingyunzi's sworn friend till death. Extreme Sword Divine King. In the crowd, someone suddenly cried out in shock. Extreme Sword Divine King, Kuang Tianming, was one of the few void mystic powerhouses in the divine realm. although not in the ranking of the 10 great divine kings, nobody dared to underestimate his strength either. Furthermore, anyone in the divine realm all knew that the extreme sword divine realm and Qin Yunzi were sworn friends of life and death, with an extremely good relations. Hi+P. Back then when Yi Yuan created the falling flower floating zero, it was precisely the extreme sword divine king who was beside him. After the bear hug, Yi Yuan's face turned cold and he said, "Thunder Cry, aren't you scramming yet? Do you wish to stay behind to drink a cup of tea?" Everyone was alarmed once again, and could not help exchanging glances. Could it be that within this void it actually still hid a powerhouse? Thunder Cry? Could it be the Thunder Cry Divine King, Wu Yuanqiao? He and the Extreme Sword Divine King are implacable enemies. It was said that he wasn't on good terms with Lord Qin Yunzi either. Looks like 80% it's him. Just as everyone was guessing it, a cold snort came from the void. Ji Qinyun, your current bit of strength also dare to barely manage to be presumptuous in front of this seat? Once the immemorial medicine garden opens, I hope that you can come out from inside alive. Done talking, there were no longer undulations in the void. Clearly, he already left here. Kuang Tianming said with a bitter smile. Why did you have to provoke him? Yi Yuan said smilingly, if I don't provoke him, do you think that he'd let me off? Kuang Tianming could not help laughing as he said, makes sense. However, you coming back this time gave me a huge shock. After you break through to the Divine King realm, even I might not be your match anymore as well. Yi Yuan said disdainfully, the Extreme Sword Divine King is matchlessly tyrannical. Since when has he been so modest before? The two people exchanged a look, but burst into laughter. Seeing an old friend, Yi Yuan also had a rare occurrence of joy and said with a smile, come, today, not going back without getting drunk. Haha. Competing in drinking capacity, you're not my match. Kuang Tianming said with a loud laugh. The two people put their arms around the shoulders and strutted away. Ji Grandmaster, at this time, the Gu Yu who did not dare to make a sound by the side the whole time suddenly spoke up. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help stopping his footsteps and said with a smile, who are you in the Southern Gu family? Gu Yu's expression involuntarily changed when he heard and said in surprise, Turns out that Grandmaster actually already saw through it? Kuang Tianming scolded with a laugh, you foolish boy. What kind of judgment does Qin Yunzi have? Unless you don't use alchemy skills in front of him, otherwise, how can your little games escape his arcane eyes? Gu Yu could not help smiling embarrassingly. His face was smacked by Jian Wushuang until it swelled up. This smile was ugly to the extreme. Yi Yuan casually took out a medicinal pill and threw it to Gu Yu, saying, although you hid it very well, the Southern Gu family's crisscross flowing wind pill refining style is imprinted in the bones. People with discerning eyes can tell that it comes from the Southern Gu family with a glance. Who is Gu Tianhua to you? The Southern Gu family was a mysterious alchemy faction in the divine realm. The family clan's alchemy skills were very formidable. It was just that they rarely moved about in the divine realm. Hence, people who knew were not many. Gu Yu consumed Yi Yuan's medicinal pill. The swelling on his face faded away very quickly. The internal injuries were also recovering very quickly. His entire person's essence, energy, and spirit immediately improved substantially. Hearing Yi Yuan mention Gu Tianhua this name, Gu Yu said difficultly, Gu Tianhua is precisely my father. Yi Yuan froze and laughed in spite of himself as he said, Gu Tianhua's strength is extremely powerful. His understanding of alchemy Dao is also extremely deep. But you came to enter under my tutelage. If he knows, wouldn't he skin you? Yi Yuan also did not think that this Gu Yu was actually the descendant of an acquaintance. Gu Tianhua was an alchemy path powerhouse who rose up in the same era as Yi Yuan. Calculating according to the time, his present alchemy Dao strength would not be beneath Zhuo Qing's no matter what. Back then, Yi Yuan rampaged in all directions in Cloud Marsh City, his fame shaking the divine realm. It also drew this Gu Tianhua over. The result was without any suspense at all. Gu Tianhua was crushed by Yi Yuan until no patch of skin was left unscathed. However, Gu Tianhua's strength in alchemy Dao, Yi Yuan still quite acknowledged it. The southern Gu family's alchemy skills formed its own style and had quite a bit of skill. Yi Yuan also learned quite a few things from Gu Tianhua. He did not expect that after time went by, his own disciples actually competed with Gu Tianhua's son. Moreover, was crushed once again. Chapter 1040, Brother's Injury. Chapter 1040, Brother's Injury. Gu Yu shook his head and said, "No way. The person Father admires the most is Grand Master. If he knew that I entered Grand Master's tutelage, he'd be very relieved instead." Yi Yuan pondered for a moment and said coolly, "Since that's the case, you follow Rian first and be an in-name disciple then." The moment Gu Yu heard, he could not help becoming overjoyed. He did a kowtow towards Xiao Rian and repeatedly called out, "Master." Xiao Rian repeatedly shook her head and said, "My strength isn't much stronger compared to him either. How can I be his master?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "As the saying goes, those who reached first can teach. Your foundation is much more solid than his. You can naturally be the teacher." Xiao Rian pouted and said somewhat unwillingly, "Fine then." After 3 rounds of drinks, Kuang Tianming sighed slightly and said, "Younger brother Ji, this foolish brother has done you wrong." Yi Yuan glanced at Kuang Tianming and said with a sigh, "O old Kuang, having a brother like you is my fortune. The hidden injuries on your body should be left behind by Ji Kanglan, right?" Actually, the moment he laid eyes on Kuang Tianming, Yi Yuan knew that his condition was not right. Carefully studying in detail this time, he saw through the injuries on Kuang Tianming. It was caused by the 8 extreme sword art. Kuang Tianming was stupefied and said with a bitter smile, "Nothing can be hidden from you, this punk. In this world, how many people are more familiar with the 8 extreme sword art than me? Your breathing is disorderly, and there are several streaks of sword chi faintly exuding from your body. You probably already almost can't suppress it anymore, right? If not for this case with your personality, how could you get involved with the immemorial medicine garden, this messy situation?" Yi Yuan's gaze looked at Kuang Tianming heatedly as he said. Kuang Tianming's disposition was carefree and uninhibited. He pursued the limits of sword Dao wholeheartedly and never took foreign objects to heart. Although the immemorial medicine garden had many natural treasures, Kuang Tianming did not take fancy on them. If not for sustaining severe injuries, it was also impossible for him to come to this immemorial medicine garden, wanting to find spirit medicines to treat his injuries. Yeah, the immemorial medicine garden's undulations this time is uncommon. Large quant. 1. Ties of seldom-seen spirit medicines already appeared at the peripherals. Most likely, the immemorial medicine garden opening this time, there will be precious treasures coming into being. Quite a number of void mystic experts probably wouldn't be able to endure the loneliness, Kuang Tianming said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "I've also discovered that the entire Cloud Marsh City's essence energy seems to be considerably more plentiful compared to in the past. Looks like the immemorial medicine garden opening this time is rather extraordinary. A great era is coming. This immemorial medicine garden also can't endure the loneliness anymore. Undercurrents are surging in the divine realm. Divine artifacts coming into being one after another, perhaps. This is our lucky chance. It's just that I never thought that younger brother, you, actually obtained a divine artifact too," Kuang Tianming said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Misfortune might be a blessing in disguise. Had another lucky encounter in this life. That's how I acquire the dragon race's supreme treasure." Yi Yuan thought to himself, "What I acquired is not just a simple divine artifact. Between the vast heaven steel and the sacred dragon token, the degree of terror of the former is still far above the sacred dragon token. It was just that these two items' implications were too serious. Yi Yuan would not easily spread the news out. Alright, enough nonsense. I'll suppress the sword qi in your body for you first. Or else, at this rate, before the immemorial medicine garden opens, you're probably going to become a cripple already, Yi Yuan said. Kuang Tianming nodded his head. He also knew that his own body could not delay anymore. Fortunately, he ran into Yi Yuan. Otherwise, the consequences would really be too ghastly to imagine. After several hours, Yi Yuan's fingers suddenly tapped onto Kuang Tianming's back, leaving illusionary images. Poo work, Kuang Tianming immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. But the complexion on his face became much better. I've troubled you, younger brother, Kuang Tianming said. But Yi Yuan frowned and said, I didn't think that Ji Kanglin's strength is actually powerful to such a degree already. Looks like being able to escape from his hands the last time was really a fluke. Kuang Tianming nodded and said, Back then, I heard of the Medicine King Hall's accident and the news of you, younger brother's demise. I was immediately filled with righteous indignation and immediately charged up to the Medicine King Hall. I didn't expect that at that time, Ji Kanglin already cultivated to the 8th extreme. I didn't last more than a few moves under his hands before being defeated, nearly losing my life at his hands. Even so, his sword intent was still akin to bone-festering maggots, wreaking havoc inside my body. Extreme Sword Divine King, Kuang Tianming, had long already stepped into the realm of Void Mystic 80 years ago. Compared to Ji Kanglin, he should be a veteran Void Mystic expert. But that time they exchanged blows 20 years ago, Kuang Tianming was actually not his match already. Now that 20 years had passed, said, Ji Kanglin's strength would only be even more terrifying. For Yi Yuan to be able to succeed the last time, on the one hand was Ji Kanglin underestimating the enemy. On the other hand, it was Yi Yuan who caught him overly unawares. Ji Kanglin also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually used a self-harming method and breached his divine king domain. And also did not think that Yi Yuan actually still had such a terrifying divine artifact in possession. If he was long prepared, it would be impossible for Yi Yuan to succeed. Yi Yuan's expression became rather ugly, but forced the origin magnetism spirit wood out of his body. Take it. Nourish it for a while inside your body. It should be able to eradicate the powers of lightning within your body. Looks like you had enough to choke on being hunted down by Wu Yuanxiao these few days. The injuries within your body are so severe. It's probably also thanks to him, right? Yi Yuan seethed with killing intent as he said. He helped Kuang Tianming to treat his injuries just now and discovered that within his body not only had the 8 extreme sword qi, but there was also still a lightning power with very strong destructive force. Originally, these powers of lightning was not a big deal. But Kuang Tianming was unable to purge the 8 extreme sword qi in the first place. These powers of lightning undoubtedly piled on a disaster on top of someone who was already unfortunate. Currently, the aura in Kuang Tianming's body was incomparably chaotic, and already almost could not be suppressed. Yi Yuan expended a Herculean effort before barely managing to seal the 8 extreme sword qi with an extremely brilliant method. But this could only alleviate the symptoms and not treat the root. Before long, the 8 extreme sword qi would still break through the seal. At that time, Kuang Tianming's condition would be even more severe. Kuang Tianming knew that he could not hide it and could only nod his head and say, "Ever since that guy knew that I suffered injuries, he kept on chasing me down. Today, if not for being apprehensive of your divine artifact, he probably wouldn't leave so easily either. However, you actually even have a rare object like the origin magnetism spirit wood. Furthermore, it's even tier 9. Truly makes me incredibly shocked. If Thundercry that fellow knows that you have this object, he'll probably want to obtain it at all costs." Yi Yuan said viciously, "I'm still afraid that he wouldn't come. Alright, this period of time you recuperate well. As for the matter of medicinal pills, don't need you to worry. Leave it all to me. Kwang Tianming did not know the inside story and said in surprise, Younger brother, I'm not doubting your strength. It's just that, in your present state, you probably can't refine the medicinal pills I need, right? Yi Yuan was merely first-level Dao profound strength currently. Even counting in that his previous life's alchemy skills and experiences were all there, it was also not possible to refine medicinal pills that a void mystic expert needed. He naturally did not know that Yi Yuan's soul force was long not constrained by cultivation realm already. Furthermore, he even comprehended divine Tao laws. His alchemy skills were already no longer what it was. When have your younger brother, done unreliable things? You just have to recuperate at ease will do, Yi Yuan said with a chuckle. Chapter 1041. Someone cutting in. Chapter 1041. Someone cutting in. Master, you're certain that you want me to start training from Tier 1 alchemy techniques? Gu Yu looked at Xiao Rian wide-eyed as he asked with a bitter look. Xiao Rian had a look of disdain as she looked at Gu Yu and said, Me and junior apprentice brother both trained like this. If you aren't willing, you don't have to train. Gu Yu was stunned. He even thought that Xiao Rian was deliberately taking revenge on his behavior back then, and designed this threshold to come and make things difficult for him. What was there to train for Tier 1 alchemy techniques? Who was he? Gu Yu? He was an exalted alchemy venerable expert, a big shot who won 3,420 matches consecutively in Cloudmarsh City. His foundation was incomparably solid. Was there still a need to practice this sort of child's plaything? But he never expected that Xiao Rian they all actually trained like this. Gu Yu could not help turning his eyes towards martial uncle Rendong. Rendong nodded and said, Senior sister didn't lie to you. Back then, our expressions were the exact same as yours right now. Gu Yu was speechless and could not help asking, Then, this needs to be trained to what level? Xiao Rian said, Train all of the Tier 1 alchemy techniques to the legendary realm, and you can cultivate Tier 2 alchemy techniques, so on and so forth. But before you cultivate Tier 2 alchemy techniques, I will explain the medicinal theory of Tier 1 medicinal pills for you to hear afresh. Gu Yu blinked twice, his eyes filled with disbelief. Tier 1 medicinal pills and medicinal theory? What's there to learn? Gu Yu was really speechless. What he pursued was the limits of the alchemy path, just like Lord Qingyun Zi. But the master that he currently acknowledged actually made him start learning from scratch. Was this drilling him like a newbie? Xiao Rian snorted coldly and said, Why? Looking down on Tier 1 alchemy techniques and Tier 1 medicinal pills, is it? Doesn't matter either way. You're just an in-name disciple right now. I still have many things I need to practice myself. If you're not willing to train, get lost as soon as possible. Done talking, Xiao Rian and Rendong turned around and left, and started cultivating the 5 elements heavenly word art not far away. But seeing this scene, Gu Yu was endlessly surprised in his heart. He did not cultivate the Tier 1 alchemy techniques straight away but observed master and martial uncle by the side. Gu Yu was very perplexed. Xiao Rian and Rendong already cultivated the 5 elements heavenly word art to the legendary realm. Why did they still want to carry on cultivating? He just watched them like that. Then discovered that the 2 people cultivated the 5 elements heavenly word art again and again just like that. Such dreary and dull cultivation, it was still his first time seeing. 10 times, 50 times, 100 times, 500 times. The more Gu Yu watched, the more shocked he got. The 2 people did not have the intention of stopping at all. They just trained like this over and over again. Exhausted and became tired out, they would casually consume medicinal pills and meditate on the spot to recover. After recovering, they would continue cultivating again. As for Gu Yu, they completely treated him like he did not exist. Gu Yu finally knew the reason why Xiao Rian and Rendong were both younger than him, but their strength already surpassed him. Diligence. What they competed in was not talent, but diligence. He also finally knew that Xiao Rian was not joking with him. Master and martial uncle definitely both started cultivating from Tier 1 alchemy technique. This was also to say that the two of them already cultivated the alchemy arts before Tier 5 all to the legendary realm. How much time and energy did this have to expend? Gu Yu did not dare to go and think at all. Comparing talent, he, Gu Yu, was confident that he was not inferior to anyone. He even felt that his talent was higher than both Xiao Rian and Rindong. But him getting defeated at their hands was an indisputable fact. What he thought was correct. Carrying on training like this, soon enough, his disparity with master and martial uncle would only become greater and greater. Up till now, he finally knew why Ji Qingyun was able to become an existence that alchemists looked up to. Without a doubt, Lord Qingyunzi's alchemy Dao talent was very terrifying. However, the effort behind him was what everybody could not see. Without repeat. 1. Tive tempering, even if his talent was any higher, it was also not possible to win 5,800 overmatches in a row. People more impressive than you, but was 100 times, 1,000 times more hard-working compared to you. How could you have a reason to not lose? Gu Yu sucked in a deep breath and purged all of the distracting thoughts out of his mind. The movements of his hands slowly begun. It was precisely the starting stance of the lesser phaseless art. When Xiao Rian trio were all immersed in the middle of frenzied cultivation, Jiang Taitsong was currently stomping his feet in rage. "Milord, that bunch of fellows are seriously bullying people too far. They know that you're collecting the ancient spirit center fragrant GRASS and jade green sacred flower stamen. No idea which BASTAR D was it. They actually cleared these two kinds of spirit medicines all away within the city. These two kinds of spirit medicines concerned whether or not Jiang Taitsong and Wu Luo, the two people, could recover their strength. He was naturally very nervous. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised as he said, "Why? Are there a lot of ancient spirit center fragrant GRASS and jade green sacred flower stamen?" Jiang Taitsong said, "To talk about prior to this, there really weren't these two kinds of spirit medicines. But this period of time, don't know why either, many precious spirit medicines appeared at the peripherals of the immemorial medicine garden. Among them had these two kinds of spirit medicines. I've already inquired before, 2 stalks of ancient spirit center fragrant GRASS and a strain of jade green sacred flower stamen appeared in the city for a recent period of time. But not long after Milord sent the word out, they were cut off by people. This is clearly somebody wanting to oppose Milord." Ao Qian frowned and said, "It would be best if there is, don't insist on it if there isn't either. Since Milord promised you guys, he naturally won't go back on his word. Presently, the forces in Cloud Marsh City are gathering their people. Milord's ident. 1. Tai is already exposed to. It's hard to guarantee that an enemy like Jian Wushuang wouldn't appear. Making too many enemies has no benefits for us." When Jiang Taitsong heard that, he also knew that he was overly anxious, and said in Embark, meant this. It was Taitsong who didn't consider thoroughly. "Hope that your excellency doesn't blame." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said smilingly, "Just some clowns jumping around. Since they dare to bully until on top of my head, they will have to be prepared to receive my wrath. Since my ident. 1. Tai is already exposed, even if I avoid them, they will also think of ways to drop in. Since these two types of spirit medicines appeared, we naturally have to get it back. The immemorial medicine garden is rather unusual this time. If your strength is a little stronger, we will also have some assurance in safety." Yi Yuan's words made Jiang Taitsong very agitated. "But just who on earth did this? I've inquired for many days and didn't find out either." Jiang Taitsong said gloomily. These few days, Cloud Marsh City was a meeting of wind and clouds, various factions mixing together like dragons and fishes jumbling up together. Experts in the city were as many as cloud. In comparison, their party was still a little weak. Yi Yuan said, calculating based on the time, it shouldn't be Jian Wushuang. Looks like there's someone stirring things up in the dark. Forget it, can't guess then can't guess. Let's go and ask, and we'll know. As he said, Yi Yuan got up and walked out. Jiang Taitsong was stunned and chased after to ask, "My lord, Taitsong has already inquired for quite a few days but didn't find any clues either." Those few sellers also seemed to be unaware of the other party's background. "Who do we go look for to ask?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. "This Cloud Marsh City, who understands the situation in the city the best?" Jiang Taitsong shook his head stiffly. Yi Yuan chuckled and headed straight out of the door. Chapter 1042, Old Man Han. Chapter 1042. Old Man Han. When Ao Qian and the others all saw City Lord Manor, these three big words, all of them could not help exchanging glances. Cloud Marsh City's City Lord was a very mysterious existence. The ones managing normally were all several deputy City Lords acting on behalf. But barely anyone had seen before the City Lord's real appearance. Even an old monster like Ao Qian also knew very well that Cloud Marsh City's City Lord was not to be provoked. A land where wind and clouds met like Cloud Marsh City, even if it wasn't the immemorial medicine garden opening, it was still a place that was extremely hard to manage. Without some skills, how could one be able to hold down such a large city? "Your Excellency, you wouldn't be..." Jiang Taitsong's words had yet to finish speaking when Yi Yuan already mustered up essence energy and projected his voice out. "Old Man Han, an old friend came to visit. Why haven't you come out to welcome me?" The moment these words were uttered, several terrifying killing intents instantly locked onto the few people. Even an existence like Ao Qian had cold sweat pouring profusely at this time too. Among these killing intents, there were definitely void mystic powerhouses. Once they had any unusual movements, the other party would give them a deadly blow without the slightest hesitation. If in his top condition, Ao Qian naturally did not fear. But at the moment, his strength was too weak. If they were to really do battle, there was only a road that led to death. "Your Excellency, we'd better leave." Jiang Taitsong was rather scared already and could not resist going forward to urge. But Yi Yuan was calm and collected. It was as if he did not sense any killing intent at all. After several breaths, a faint voice transmitted out. "Come on in." Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said right through the City Lord Manor's array formation and entered the City Lord Manor's rear hall. "My lord." Jiang Taitsong and the rest were about to catch up when that killing intent suddenly became much more piercingly cold. "You all wait outside," a voice transmitted out faintly, revealing killing intent. Ao Qian was rather indignant as he said, "Wait until this father of yours recovers his strength. See if you dregs still dare to be KY in front of me." Talking was talking. Ao Qian also knew that he did not have the capital to be arrogant at present. His only hope lay on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan followed the aura of that voice and arrived at a very covert courtyard in the rear hall. He did not stop and directly walked towards a corner of the courtyard. The SPAC around had an undulation. Sieve transformation actually occurred to the scenery before Yi Yuan's eyes. A thatched house, smoke curling up from the chimney. Around the cottage was filled with some spirit medicines overflowing with fragrance. Looking at the grade, the lowest was also not beneath Tier 9. If someone else came in, they would even think that they entered a treasure vault. An old man wearing a straw hat on his head sat by the river and was actually HI+ing. "There's tea in the pavilion, take it yourself. Don't startle my fish," the old man said without even turning around. Yi Yuan smiled and was not in a rush either. He slowly came to a wooden pavilion and poured himself a cup to drink on his own. Not only did you not die, your formation's ability actually even improved a step further. Truly a freak, the old man said calmly. Yi Yuan sipped tea as he smiled and said, Old man Han, you've been ing by the river here for 50,000 years. Have you really caught anything? The old man used a voice to say, What do you think? Yi Yuan said smilingly, Those who are willing takes the bait. It's just that this bait is yourself, right? When the old man heard these words, he finally put down the ing rod and slowly walked into the pavilion. He then sat down opposite Yi Yuan. I didn't expect that you reincarnated, and even your heart realm became much keener. Recalling when you asked me the same question back then, at that time, you couldn't figure it out, the old man said. Yi Yuan said, Old man Han, pretending you don't know anything in front of me? How can the matters that happen in this cloud marsh city escape your eyes and ears? Yi Yuan used merging into heaven and earth in the city before. This old man Han definitely already knew that he comprehended heaven-man unity long ago. Old man Han said smilingly, Knowing is one thing, surprise is another thing. Your soul force already broke through the shackles of cultivation realm. Looks like the rumors of your father obtaining a divine Tao medicinal canon should be true. The medicine God's soul canon was an extremely hidden matter in the Medicine King Hall. Even Yi Yuan himself only knew after reincarnating too. Yi Yuan did not think that these old geezers had long heard of it. These old geezers were all very cunning. Every one of them was a real piece of work. Only after reincarnating once did Yi Yuan discover that compared to this old man in front of him, there was likely still some gap. Of course, this was just what he thought in his heart. On the surface, he was like an old well without ripples. He said coolly, You don't need to broach the subject in a roundabout manner anymore as well. Otherwise, why do you think us father and son ended up in such a plight? Yi Yuan's words were equivalent to covertly admitting the existence of the medicine God's soul canon. It was just that Yi Yuan being so scoundrelly made old man Han somewhat stunned in his heart. Did this boy really had something to rely on, or was his thinking too shallow? Old man Han could not help sizing up this rather unfamiliar face in front of him anew, and suddenly discovered that he actually could not quite see through. Although Yi Yuan's seniority was shallow back then, his alchemy Tao strength made the world submit. He naturally had the qualifications to be on equal footing with them, these old fellows. But these old guys, which one would appear as simple as on the surface. Just take Ji Xingyang as an example. He secretly cultivated the medicine God's soul canon and refined a half-step divine pill. At that time, it astounded everybody. While this old man Han was practically a peer of the same generation with Ji Xingyang. His strength was unfathomable. Ji Qingyun was actually just a piece of blank paper in front of him. But when he looked at Yi Yuan again in this life, he actually felt as if a layer of veil was covering Yi Yuan, making him have a feeling of being amidst cloud and mist. Finally, old man Han heaved a long sigh and said, Looks like these short 20 years, many things happened. If say in his previous life, these geezers, only brought Yi Yuan along for fun, now, it was different. Now, Yi Yuan truly had the qualifications to sit opposite of them. Hearing old man Han's emotional sigh, Yi Yuan said with a smile, You aren't moved? Old man Han said, Naturally moved. Why not try to take it? I have no confidence. Yi Yuan shrugged and said, Fine then. Truly, the older the person, the smaller the gut. I already delivered to your mouth. Didn't think that you're actually not eating. I even thought that I'd have to expend some effort today before I can make you open your mouth. Old man Han could not help choking up when he heard that and huffed as he said, You brat, still like this? You're at any rate a junior too, don't you know how to respect the elderly a little? Yi Yuan said, I only respect lovable geezers. You, this geezer, are not lovable, so not respecting. However, you're a little more likable than Old Man Jing. Hence, that's why I'd sit here and talk with you. Old Man Han said, speaking of Old Man Jing, you got to be a little careful. That geezer is indeed full of wickedness. He might be waiting for you somewhere. Yi Yuan said smilingly, since I have a second chance in life, this score naturally has to be settled one by one. Old Man Jing not coming to find me, I'll go and look for him anyway. All right, meeting an old acquaintance today, emotions are rather agitated, speak less C.R.A.P. You should know my intentions for coming, say it out straight. Old Man Han nodded his head and said, speaking of which, it's your old friend too, Fiend Blade Mountain, Yu Xinping. Remember to be more light-handed, don't stir up too big of a commotion. Chapter 1043. Growing Dizzy with Success. Chapter 1043. Growing dizzy with success only when they saw Yi Yuan walk out of the City Lord Manor, without a scratch did Ao Qian, and the rest let out a sigh in relief. "Milord, are you all right?" Jiang Taitsong asked worriedly. "What can there be? Aren't I perfectly well? Come, let's go and settle scores," Yi Yuan said. Jiang Taitsong was stunned and said, "Milord, you know who's playing tricks?" "Of course, otherwise, what did I come here for?" Yi Yuan said. Jiang Taitsong had a look of wars. H.I+P as he said, "Milord, this Cloud Marsh City's City Lord is incredibly mysterious. This old man is also considered a veteran already, but I really don't know what kind of person this Cloud Marsh City's City Lord is." Wu Luo, who was by the side, nodded and said, "There are actually void mystic powerhouses guarding his gate for him. This City Lord is definitely not an ordinary existence." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Old Man Han just likes to pretend to be mysterious. Actually, it's no big deal either. Have you guys heard the title of Alchemy Fanatic before?" The moment these words were uttered, Ao Qian was still all right, but Wu Luo, Jiang Taitsong, and Ruan Shuangzhou all turned pale with fright. Cloud Marsh City's City Lord is the alchemy fanatic, Han Jing, whose name shook the divine realm 50,000 years ago? Jiang Taitsong yelled out at the top of his voice. Rumor has it that 50,000 years ago, after him and the present Void Divine King had a great battle, he vanished. I didn't think that he actually became Cloud Marsh City's City Lord. Furthermore, it's 50,000 years in one go. Ruan Shuangzhou exclaimed. Yeah. Senior Han Jing only used 1,000 years to reach peak alchemy emperor. At that time, the divine realm was incomparably stirred. Jiang Taitsong said halfway and stopped. He suddenly recalled that his own lord seemed to be even more freakish and only used 300 years of time to break through to peak alchemy emperor. After another 200 years of ACCU mulation, he could already debate on Dao shoulder to shoulder with Han Jing, this kind of peerless powerhouse. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Old Man Han is indeed an unparalleled genius. His strength is not beneath my father's and mine. But these old fellows, when you have more contact with him, you'll discover that they are all just a bunch of guys deliberately mystifying things. This way, it would make people feel that they are very mysterious with a feeling of inscrutability and enigma. Actually, it's also just that." Hearing these words, everyone could not help being speechless. Wanting to uncover their mysterious veil, one at least also had to have strength on equal footing with them. Otherwise, who would care about you? The rankings in the martial arts words were incomparably strict. Strength falling short, one would forever not be able to integrate into that circle. Just take the previous life's Ji Qingyun. His friends and enemies were basically all the divine realm's pinnaclemost existences. Even ordinary divine king powerhouses did not have the right to speak with him either. Yi Yuan waved his hand and looked at everyone as he said with a smile, "Come on, if that bunch of fellows is sensible, this matter is also considered over. If not sensible, then I'll have to trouble you all a bit." Seeing Yi Yuan's eyes that harbored ill intent, a blast of cold wind hit Jiang Taitsong and the rest from behind. These eyes felt like a wolf eyeing a sheep. My lord, what do you want to do? Jiang Taitsong said weakly. You guys will know at that time. Fiendblade Mountain was not a super holy land. But in terms of strength, it was not much weaker compared to super holy lands either. Originally, Fiendblade Mountain was just a rank 1 holy land whose strength was quite strong. But 1,000 years ago, their holy land produced a peerless genius who actually broke through to the realm of Void Mystic. Ever since then, Fiendblade Mountain's status skyrocketed, even approaching super holy lands. Yuximping's lifelong wish was to let Fiendblade Mountain become a super holy land. However, the 8 great super holy lands, each one of them was a force with extremely profound foundations and was not that easy to be replaced. In these 100,000 years, there were quite a few rank 1 holy land that produced Void Mystic Realm powerhouses before. But those truly able to reach super holy land were extremely few. Ever since Fiendblade Mountain produced a Yuximping, they had always been rampant and domineering when doing things. In these 1,000 years, they had done quite a number of wicked deeds. Over 100 years ago, Yuximping had once requested a pill from Ji Qingyun, but he was rejected by Ji Qingyun with stern words. This matter made him brood over it. Ever since then, their enmity towards the Medicine King Hall was very strong. At this moment, Yuximping was currently being pleased with himself at Fiendblade Mountain's stronghold. Ha ha! Doesn't Ji Qingyun that punk wants ancient spirit center fragrant GRASS and jade green sacred flower stamens? I'll collect it all for him, see how he still refine pills. You all watch closely for me, although these 2 kinds of spirit medicines are scarce, with the immemorial medicine garden's abnormal happenings, it might still appear again. As long as it shows up on the market, immediately bring it in for me. Yuximping said with a loud laugh. Yes, Mountain Lord. We've already sent out the manpower. As long as we receive news of these 2 kinds of spirit medicines, we'll purchase them right away. The one talking was Yuximping's right-hand man, Peak Divine King Yu Rongwei. These few years, Yuximping groomed a large batch of experts for Fiendblade Mountain. The inflation in strength was very impressive. In comparison, the temperament of an upstart also became increasingly distinct. Things like exterminating entire clans would happen at the slightest provocation. At the thought of Ji Qingyun, that punk's hopeless look, this seat is incomparably satisfied in my heart. Jian Wushuang, that punk is really dumb, to provoke Ji Qingyun without even understanding the situation. He deserved to be pummeled. Yuximping said with a laugh. Not that he was afraid of Yi Yuan. Even if Yi Yuan had a divine artifact in possession, with his void mystic realm strength, he was fearless too. Furthermore, the intel that he obtained was more comprehensive than Jian Wushuang. Yi Yuan expended too much divine essence in the great battle the last time. Most likely, the divine artifact could not be used more than a few times already. But he more or less still had some dread towards divine artifact. It was just perfect. After Yi Yuan suppressed Suiqing and released news about wanting these 2 kinds of spirit medicines, Yuximping had a flash of inspiration and secretly purchased these 2 kinds of spirit medicines, not giving Yi Yuan the slightest chance. Haha, Mountain Lord is brilliant. That punk probably never would have dreamed that it's us buying the spirit medicines in secret. It's simply nothing more than wishful thinking for him to want to obtain these 2 kinds of spirit medicines before the immemorial medicine garden opens. Yu Rongwei said with a laugh. Yuximping nodded and said, although that brat has a divine artifact, his strength is still too weak. If my conjectures are right, he's definitely finding these 2 kinds of spirit medicines to help those 2 subordinates of his to refine medicinal pills. This way, his assurance of entering the immemorial medicine garden will also be several points greater. But now, the more Yuximping talked, the more delighted he got. He could not refrain from letting out laughter. Back then, he was given a good scolding by enumerating his wrongdoings, saying that he committed all sorts of wicked deeds, and was unworthy to receive medicinal pills, such and such, and even destroyed all of the spirit medicines that Yu Ximping found painstakingly to his face. Yu Ximping immediately blew up back then and wanted to make a move against Yu Ximping, but was severely injured by the Medicine King Hall's experts and fled. This matter was unprecedented humiliation in Yu Ximping's lifetime. Moreover, he was constantly mocked by people later on. With his character, how could he endure it? Just as Yu Ximping's was being pleased with himself, his expression suddenly changed. A horrifying aura descended from the sky and directly crushed down. Not good, quickly dodge. Yu Ximping's figure instantly vanished from where he stood. Only to hear a boom. The place Yu Ximping was at was directly crushed into a wasteland. Yi Yuan stood in the air and looked at Yu Ximping with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Yu Ximping, after so many years of not meeting, I didn't think that you're still this filthy." Chapter 1044. Rampaging Ao Qian. Chapter 1044. Rampaging Ao Qian. Yi Yuan beckoned lightly. The vast heaven pag. Oh-da turned into a small pag. Oh-da and returned to his hand. Seeing this scene, Yu Ximping's eyes revealed a look of greed. Rumors had it that apart from a Dragon Clan divine artifact, Yi Yuan still had a quasi-divine artifact in his hands, likewise unbelievably powerful. It should be this small pag. Oh-da. Ji Qingyun, are you tired of living? To actually dare provoke your grandpa Yu? Yu Ximping said with a black face. He never would have thought that Yi Yuan actually dared to drop in and taunt so blus. Tearingly, directly wrecking his lair. Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's you who provoked me first. Hand over the ancient spirit center fragrant GRAS. And jade green sacred flower stamen, and be spared a bout of fleshy agony." Yu Ximping was alarmed in his heart, but he refused to admit it verbally and snorted coldly as he said, "Ji Qingyun, don't make trouble willfully. What ancient spirit center fragrant GRAS? I've never seen it before at all. If you want to find trouble, Grandpa Yu will take you on. Don't think that you're impressive with a divine artifact. Just those few small fries behind you, this seat doesn't think anything of them yet." Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed as he said, "In that case, you want to talk again after fighting?" Yu Ximping said with a cold smile, "Stop putting up an act there. The White Tiger battle, you were beaten by Ji Kanglin like a homeless cur. Still dare to feign ignorance in front of your grandpa Yu. Since you delivered yourself to the doorstep, let's settle the old and new grudges together." Done talking, a terrifying aura spread out. Yu Ximping actually directly opened up his divine king domain. The terror of a void mystic powerhouse was displayed in its entirety at this moment. Lord Qingyunzi was too reckless. Yu Ximping is a void mystic expert. With his present strength, how can he possibly be Yu Ximping's match? Although Yu Ximping's strength didn't increase much for so many years, he's a void mystic expert in the end. Even if Lord Qingyunzi is wielding a divine artifact in his hand, the disparity with him is also a little too big. Looks like Yu Ximping has the intention of opposing Lord Qingyunzi and took away these two kinds of spirit medicines in the dark. No wonder we couldn't find all along. It's just that the strengths of these subordinates brought by Lord Qingyunzi are really lacking. Ao Qian, Jiang Taitsong, and Wu Luo only had the strength of ordinary divine kings at the moment, while Ruan Shuangzhou was just slightly better than them, with a first-rate divine king's strength. But the four of them simply could not withstand a single blow in front of Fiendblade Mountain's experts. Disregarding the rest, one Yu Ximping was sufficient to crush all of them. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Since you're asking for trouble yourself, don't blame me." Done talking, Yi Yuan came before Ao Qian Trio with a flash and fired out some things with extremely swift skill. As for what they were, everyone did not see clearly. Ao Qian Trio's bodies trembled all over, their auras suddenly soaring. Ha ha! Milord, what did you do just now? Why do I feel like I've recovered to my peak state? Jiang Taitsang was beside himself with joy as he said with a laugh. Just earlier, he suddenly felt a wave of stinging pain at his back and head. Then, boundless strength returned to his body. Within virtually a blink of an eye, his strength recovered to his peak state. Wu Luo's sensation was the same as him. Currently, his aura also rose to the boundary of peak Divine King. As for Ao Qian, he suddenly opened his two eyes. Rays of brilliance emitted from his eyes. A terrifying dragon pressure instantly enveloped the entire city. Although I didn't recover to my prime, pummeling this brat is enough. Milord, how to beat up his brat? Ao Qian looked at Yu Xinping with ill intent as he said. Yi Yuan shot the three of them a glance rather sympathetically and said coolly, "Only 2 hours, pummel at will. Pummel until they cry for their mummies." Yi Yuan used the golden needle acupoint piercing method just now to stimulate the trio's potential, making them recover to their peak state temporarily. It was just that this state could only last for 2 hours. After 2 hours, they would be utterly drained, unable to use even a trace of essence energy. Even a normal person without any strength to tie a chicken up could easily kill them. Although they did not know how severe the aftermath was, Ao Qian Trio were also people with vast experiences and knew that it would definitely have aftereffects. But this feeling of returning to the peak was truly very wonderful. One had to know that the least among them was already suppressed for more than 3,000 years too. Even if it was just a momentary recovery, it also made them have a feeling of heroism. Seeing the Ao Qian Trio whose auras suddenly became flurries. Hi+ing, Yu Xinping's expression could not help changing drastically. The other two people were still alright, but that dragon race powerhouse was simply daunting to the max. Instinctively, Yu Xinping wanted to turn tail and run. But Ao Qian did not give him any chance at all. In a blink of an eye, he barged into his Divine King domain carrying a violent impact force. Rumble! Ao Qian's bloodline power was fearsome to the extreme. Even Yu Xinping's Divine King domain could not block it, directly being smashed underground. Ha ha! Little b, A-S-T, A-R-D, this seat will let you take a look at who's the small fry. When this seat roamed the divine realm, your grandfather's grandfather wasn't even born yet. Ao Qian laughed wildly and directly charged under the ground. This period of time, he was really oppressed to the extreme. Any random Tom, Dick, and Harry would dare to posture in front of him. Who was he, Ao Qian? In these 50,000 years, apart from Long Ting, he was practically the Dragon Clan's strongest. His strength, even void mystic powerhouses had to prostrate for him too. But the wheels of time turned. These junior brats were all absurdly arrogant in front of him. How could he not be furious? Today, he finally vented the grievances in this period of time all on Yu Xinping. Rumble! Right when everyone was in a daze, a series of horrifying undulations came from underneath the earth. Enormous debris tossed upwards from time to time, making everyone's heart spasm when they heard. Haha, old Wu! Old man Ao is having a great time fighting. We should make a move too. Jiang Taitsang said with a big laugh. Wu Luo nodded his head. The two people brought along a powerful momentum and charged towards the Fiend Blade Mountain's divine kings. Yu Rongwei's expression changed and he cried out, "Don't be afraid, our numbers are many. The two of them are merely peak divine kings. Want to gain any advantages from us? Dream on." Jiang Taitsang chortled with laughter and said, "Haha, old Wu, looks like we're being looked down upon. What to do?" Wu Luo said expressionlessly, "Then let's help them to loosen up their bones and ligaments well. Let them know what's called respecting one's elders." "Haha, I have this very intention." Wu Luo's bloodline released fully and directly smashed a fist at Yu Rongwei. Rumble! Without any surprise, Yu Rongwei was smashed flying with one punch, while Wu Luo chased after like he was completely fine. Jiang Taitsong also displayed his invincible might, facing off with 4 first-rate divine kings alone, but fought until they did not have the slightest strength to retaliate. Originally, everybody thought that Yi Yuan was sending himself to the tiger's mouth. No one expected that in a blink of an eye, it was Yi Yuan's side that was akin to tigers entering a flock of sheep. The 3 mighty divine king experts under Yi Yuan bashed the Fiend Blade Mountains experts up with an absolute overwhelming stance. Chapter 1045. Do come again? Chapter 1045. Do come again. After an hour, the Fiend Blade Mountains group of experts had utterly fallen into the enemy's hands. I admit defeat. Don't fight anymore. Yu Xinping, who was currently being pummeled, shouted at the top of his voice. Ao Qian, who was at full strength, was seriously too terrifying, beating him until he did not have strength remaining to counterattack. In just an hour, he already could not hold on anymore. Yi Yuan said it very clearly earlier. It was in 2 hours. But continue fighting at this rate, Yu Xinping was probably going to be finished off by Ao Qian in less than 2 hours. Except, he shouted as much as he can, but Ao Qian's attacks did not slack off at all. He had pent up for close to 20,000 years' time. This time, he finally managed to return to his peak state. How would Yu Xinping be treated fairly if he did not grasp it well? And Yi Yuan also did not seem to have the intention of letting him stop. You say fight and we fight. You stop and we stop? Then wouldn't I have no face? Ao Qian, carry on beating for me. Isn't he void mystic realm? Pummel him until his insides are void for me. Yi Yuan said coolly. Sup. The moment Ao Qian heard, his entire person seemed to be injected with stimulants, his offensive power instantly becoming several times fiercer. Although he opened up his Divine King domain, his Divine King domain could not block in the least bit under Ao Qian's bloodline power. The area affected by the great battle of void mystic realm powerhouses was extremely vast. This large stretch of region already became a wasteland. In the depths of the city Lord Manor, Old Man Han let out a slight sigh and said, "This brat, asked him to go easy, but he just doesn't listen. But his golden needle acupoint piercing's power seems to be greater than in the past. This brat is exuding bizarreness everywhere after returning this time. Even I actually can't figure him out too. It seems like the immemorial medicine garden's opening this time is somewhat worth watching." Done talking, he suddenly lifted the fist. Hi-plussing rod. A frolicking little fish was actually hauled up by him. The moment Old Man Han saw, he could not help saying emotionally, "You got pulled up, looks like another 1,000 years past." Said, finished talking, he freed the little fish from the fish hook and casually tossed, and actually tossed it back into that large river again. While at this time, Yu Xinping was covered in blood all over, his breathing extremely chaotic, looking like he almost could not endure anymore. I have something to say." Yu Xinping seized a breather and shouted at the top of his voice. Only then did Yi Yuan wave his hand, signaling for the 3 people to stop. Ao Qian stopped. Only then did everyone saw Yu Xinping's appearance currently. His clothing was ragged, his face, arms, body, bloodstains were everywhere. He was in an extremely sorry plight. How was there still any hint of a mountain lord's dignity? Just as Yi Yuan said, he did not seem like a void mystic expert at all right now, but like an expert with his insides void instead. As for the rest, they were not much better than him either. Yu Rongwei's situation was even more tragic than Yu Xinping's. His entire person was already almost pummeled into a heap of minced meat, while the other Divine King experts were similarly pummeled by Jiang Taitsong until they were searching for their teeth. These 3 peerless powerhouses making a move, the spectacle was not an ordinary kind of shocking. Putting aside Ao Qian, for Wu Luo and Jiang Taitsong to be able to become the White Tiger Clan's number 2 and number 3 prisoners, how could their strength be what ordinary peak Divine Kings could compete with? Although they did not reach the realm of Void Mystic, they were also not too far off already. Yi Yuan slowly walked in front of Yu Xinping and said coolly, "What do you have? Say it quickly. There's still some time from 2 hours, enough to beat you up until your teeth all fall out." Yu Xinping was incredibly aggrieved, but facing such a powerful adversary, he really did not have any temper at all. Ao Qian's strength completely overpowered him. Furthermore, no idea what kind of stimulant this guy was injected with. His combat power was off the charts. Yu Xinping could not resist at all. If he knew that Ao Qian had already been pent up for 20,000 years in a dungeon, he would probably have long laid down arms and surrendered. Yu Xinping gritted his teeth and said, "The ancient spirit center fragrant GRAS and jade green sacred flower stamen matter was indeed done by me. That day I heard that you wanted these 2 kinds of spirit medicines, so I sent people to collect in advance. Those 2 people were even unwilling to sell to me, insisting on giving to you. Then I made people kill them and forcefully head these 2 kinds of spirit medicines." The moment these words came out, this area instantly seethed with excitement. Fiend Blade Mountain's methods were truly a little too vicious. In order to take revenge on Ji Qingyun, Yu Xinping actually indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent. Yu Xinping did not wish to tell the truth either, but he knew that Yi Yuan was very astute. Not telling the truth, he would not be able to pass this hurdle today. In any case, Fiend Blade Mountain's reputation was not any good in the first place. Being a bit lousier did not matter either. There was no need to fear an itch when there were many lice. This martial arts world ultimately still depended on strength to speak. Even if these people were any more displeased, what could they do to him? Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "At least you're sensible. Where are the spirit medicines?" The corners of Yu Xinping's mouth twitched, but he still toughened his scalp and said, "The spirit medicines were already swallowed by me." Hearing this, the public sentiment was even more stirred. Each and every one of them pointed at Yu Xinping and cursed bitterly. Especially Jiang Taicang. He wished that he could go forward and twist his head off. But this outcome did not surpass Yi Yuan's expectations. He said nonchalantly, "What needs to be done? Don't need me to teach you, right?" Yu Xinping's expression was incomparably ugly. He fished out a storage ring and threw it to Yi Yuan, saying, "In here are spirit medicines that my Fiend Blade Mountain gathered in this period of time. There are even 50,000 heaven essence crystals. It should be enough to compensate you, right?" This trip to the immemorial medicine garden, Fiend Blade Mountain, was one of the earliest batches of factions to come. This period of time, they gathered quite a number of high-rank spirit medicines. Yu Xinping never would have thought that the consequences of provoking Yi Yuan were actually to this extent. What he was even more puzzled about was that he clearly did this thing very covertly. How on earth did Yi Yuan discover? Yi Yuan received the storage ring and said coolly, "Yu Xinping, if you feel that provoking this young master is very fun, you're welcome to come and provoke again next time. But you have to remember to prepare a bit more spirit medicines next time. Otherwise, it probably won't be settled so easily." Done talking, Yi Yuan brought Ao Qian and the rest and left this place. Only a mess remained. Fiend Blade Mountain's stronghold already completely became a wasteland. Returning to the residence, Jiang Taicang's expression was incomparably ugly as he said unhappily, "My lord, old man Ao's strength is already sufficient to kill that D.A.M.N. guy. Why would you let him off?" He was very perplexed. Ao Qian's strength clearly completely crushed Yu Xinping. There was only a bit more to be able to finish him off. While on their side, eradicating the other party's group was also not unachievable. No idea why His Excellency was benevolent and let this group of people go. Towards Yu Xinping, Jiang Taicang's resentment was rather high. Originally, his strength could recover right away. But now, they must wait for the immemorial medicine garden to open before having an opportunity to recover. But Ao Qian snorted coldly as he said, You idiot! If I could kill him, would His Excellency make me stop? A rabbit in a pinch will even bite, let alone that fellow is a void mystic expert? Coming for the immemorial medicine garden this time, he definitely prepared quite a few trumps cards. Really forcing him into a corner, none of us will gain any advantages. Don't you forget, we only have 2 hours' time. Chapter 1046. Powerhouses Gather. Chapter 1046. Powerhouses Gather. Ao Qian saw it clearly in his heart. Actually, he had long perceived this outcome. Therefore, although he looked like he was beating ruthlessly, he did not unleash genuine killing moves. That Yu Xinping was at any rate a void mystic expert. Really forcing him into a corner, he probably would not be that easy to deal with either. The reason why Yu Xinping did not utilize trump cards was just that he did not wish to expose himself too early. If he revealed all of his trump cards at this time, he would not have much reliance upon entering the immemorial medicine garden. The immemorial medicine garden opening this time already drew a large batch of experts over. Even void mystic powerhouses might not be able to gain any advantages either. Exposing trump cards too early, either directly get lost or go in and court death. There was probably no third path to take. Yi Yuan looked at the 3 people and said with a smile, I stimulated your potential with the golden needle acupoint piercing skill, letting you guys briefly recover to your prime. But right away you all will be drained all over your body. For 3 days, your meridians will be swollen in pain, your entire body's akin to being burned by a blazing fire. You'll likely not be able to even twitch your fingers. The moment these words came out, the 3 people's countenance instantly changed. This sort of taste was not too enjoyable. They knew that the consequences were very serious, but they did not think that it would be so severe. My lord, is there any way to ease it a little? Jiang Taitsong said weakly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, There's no way. I can only make sure of not damaging your martial Dao foundations, but a tiny bit of anguish still has to be suffered. The 3 people's expressions were incomparably ugly. But they also knew that what Yi Yuan said was the truth. This kind of potential stimulating techniques commonly needed to pay an enormous price. This sort of price was not as simple as lying in bed for 2 days. For Yi Yuan to be able to achieve this was already extremely heaven-defying means. Just as they were talking, the 3 people suddenly spasmed, their entire bodies becoming rigid, then directly toppling down stiffly. It came right away. The expression on Jiang Taitsong's face contorted, his entire person spasming non-stop, looking very pitiful. Yi Yuan smiled and said, The 3 of you rest with your minds at ease. I'm going to enter closed seclusion these 2 days to refine the pure source infusion divine pill. Just treat it as a reward for you guys, ho-ho. Hearing these words, Ao Qian was still alright, but Jiang Taitsong and Wu Luo, the duo trembled all over. Although their whole bodies were spasming, their eyes went wide open, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan. They wanted to know whether Yi Yuan was messing with them or not. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Old man Han, that fellow is sitting on Cloud Marsh City. Since the immemorial medicine garden has fluctuations, these 2 kinds of spirit medicines can't stump him yet. It's been hard on you guys these few days. The matter regarding the medicinal pills, leave it to me. Several days later, rays of light spilled over outside Cloudmarsh City. Essence energy powerful, until it made people feel asphyxiated, gushed out. Everybody knew that the immemorial medicine garden, which opened once every 500 years, was finally opening. At this time, a large group of martial artists gathered at the outer regions of the immemorial medicine garden. You guys look. That's the super holy land, Dawn Heavenly Palace's people. The one leading is their vice palace lord, Shu Yunqing. Also, that old man beside him is known as the #1 person under the Grand Yen Divine King, Ding Zhanghua. Looks like the immemorial medicine garden trip this time, they are hell bent on it. Also, over there, Heavenly Sword Sex Vice Sect Master, Sword 13. I didn't think that he actually came too. The other day, Jian Wushuang provoked Lord Qingyunzi. As a result, he was beaten up until he was searching the ground for his teeth. Now that Sword 13 came, Lord Qingyunzi will likely have huge pressure. Hiss! The 7 Absolute Cities people came too. The 7 Absolute Cities Deputy City Lord, He Dajiang, is a Void Mystic Realm powerhouse too. What's even more D.A.M. Nable is that the patron behind Fiendblade Mountain is precisely the 7 Absolute City. If Yu Xinping joins hands with He Dajiang to deal with Lord Qingyunzi, the situation will be bad. Out of the 8 great super Holy Lands, 3 came at once. As for rank 1 Holy Land powerhouses, there are even too many to enumerate. The Immemorial Medicine Garden opening up this time is truly extraordinary. It's just that I still feel worried about Lord Qingyunzi. His enemies this time are far too powerful. In his present state, dealing with so many experts all at once, how to hold out? The Immemorial Medicine Garden opening, all the major factions flocked in with great numbers. The spectacle was extremely shocking. Wanting to meet one of these Void Mystic Realm powerhouses was difficult normally. But today there was quite a number the moment they appeared. Of course, these were still just the Super Holy Lands Void Mystic expert. The people all knew that the Thundercry Divine King and Extreme Sword Divine King both came too. As for the Void Mystic powerhouses still hiding in the dark, G.O.D. knows how many there were. Right at this time, Yi Yuan brought along a group of people and finally showed up at the Immemorial Medicine Garden's entrance area, immediately stirring up a commotion. His fame was too great, and his prestige in Cloudmarsh City was too high as well. Areas that he said through, there was none who did not give sidelong glances. Yi Yuan appeared very warm, nodding his head to gesticulate to his wars. H.I. plus purse, responding with a faint smile. Seeing the stir on this side, Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly darkened and instinctively wanted to make a move against Yi Yuan. Hold your horses, Wushuang. Our objective this time is the divine rank spirit medicines in the Immemorial Medicine Garden. We mustn't suffer a great loss because of some small gains. Sword 13's voice sounded out by Jian Wushuang's ear. Right now at the Immemorial Medicine Garden, various forces were swarming, keeping each other in check. And, oh, body dared to make a move first either. The moment a great battle began, others would be like a fisherman benefiting from a snipe and clams tussle. Jian Wushuang said hatefully, Uncle 13, I just can't take this lying down. I say, why is Ji Qingyun's life so tenacious? Ji Kanglin killed even his father. This brat is actually not dead yet. It's also fine if he didn't die, but on what basis is he able to obtain a divine artifact? Sword 13 said coolly. He carried a divine artifact and swaggered through the streets and has already been targeted by many people. He'll be taken care of by someone who has the intent sooner or later. When we enter the Immemorial Medicine Garden, after everyone scatters, find a suitable opportunity and finish him off will do. As for now, better wait for the Immemorial Medicine Garden to open. Put your mind at ease. Jian Wushuang was helpless and could only nod his head. Over here, Yu Xinping was ready to make trouble too. He saw that the Jiang Taitsong and Wu Luo beside Yi Yuan already broke through to Peak Divine King, and knew that Yi Yuan found those 2 kinds of spirit medicines through another way. This guy could clearly find the spirit medicines and still wanted to beat him half to death. It was definitely on purpose. His thought arriving here, his temper flared up at once. He Dajiang said coolly, at present the situation is messy and convoluted. You'd better not have wicked ideas anymore. If Ji Qingyun was so easy to kill, he'd have died countless over. How could he wait for your arrival? The moment Yu Xinping heard, his BLU's ter instantly weakened. Yeah, He thought that the Yi Yuan after reincarnating was a soft persimmon, and wanted to knead a bit. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was still a tough nut to crack, breaking off a mouthful of his teeth. I got it. But after entering the immemorial medicine garden, I must find an opportunity to eliminate this fellow. Yu Xinping said hatefully. Right then, another group of people arrived at the horizons. Each and every one of them wore black outfits, their auras imposing. It's the Medicine King Hall's people. That person in front is the Medicine King Hall's former deputy hall master, Sun Man. Someone cried out in shock. Chapter 1047, Not Far from Hour of Doom. Chapter 1047, Not Far from Hour of Doom. Ever since after that Ma's sieve changed 20 years ago, the Medicine King Hall rarely showed face. I didn't think that they actually came to the immemorial medicine garden this time as well. There's a good show to watch now. I wonder what kind of expression Sun Man will have when he sees Ji Qingyun. These few years, the outside world basically all don't know the Medicine King Hall situation. Looking at it now, Ji Kanglin seems to have taken over the Medicine King Hall's past members across the board. Even Sun Man, a Void Mystic Realm expert, submitted himself to Ji Kanglin's rule. The past Medicine King Hall, powerhouses gathered together. Ji Xingyang and Ji Qingyun father and son's strength in itself was unfathomable to begin with. Adding in Sun Man and Ji Kanglin these people, that was how it formed a super holy land. But after the Ji father and son perished, where these experts belonged to became an unresolved matter. Outsiders had no knowledge of it. All the way until Sun Man showed face today did the Medicine King Hall display the tip of the iceberg to the world. The present Medicine King Hall's strength was still incomparably terrifying. Disregarding a veteran void mystic powerhouse like Sun Man, Ji Kanglin's strength in itself was already unfathomable. When Yi Yuan saw Sun Man arriving, his brows furrowed slightly too. Ji Xingyang and Sun Man were sworn brothers. Their relations, Hi+P, was incomparably solid. In the past, when Yi Yuan saw Sun Man, he would have to call Uncle Sunday. But now, he actually submitted until Ji Kanglin's rule. That Ji Bingyun by his side was also Ji Xingyang's foster son. But now they all betrayed the Ji father and son. What on earth happened in between this? Sun Man clearly discovered Yi Yuan too, but his expression was incomparably cold. He said to Ji Bingyun indifferently, Bingyun, you go and take down that traitor. Sun Man did not conceal anything regarding this voice. Everyone heard it clearly. But this result made everyone absent-minded. Traitor? Where did this come from? Yi Yuan was the Medicine King Hall's young lord. The entire Medicine King Hall could be said to be his. How could he be the Medicine King Hall's traitor? However, Sun Man continued slowly, everybody, the change 20 years ago truly could not be helped. Ji Qingyun, this traitor, viciously killed his father for the sake of the Divine Tao secret canon, the Medicine God's soul canon. Fortunately, he was detected by Ji Kanglin, who executed him on the spot. Except, I didn't think that this villain actually got away with deceiving everyone and fled to the lower realms carrying a wisp of remnant soul. Now, not only has his strength improved further, he even obtained a divine artifact. If we let him carry on growing unchecked, it will likely be a calamity for the divine realm. The moment Sun Man's words came out, there was a hubbub immediately. They never would have thought that Yi Yuan actually carried out such a crazy act. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly and a chill crept out. He also did not expect that the Sun Man who treated him like a real uncle in the past would actually say this sort of incisive word. Yi Yuan did not refute, because he knew that refuting did not have any use at all. The Medicine God's soul canon was indeed in his hands, while the Medicine King Hall's upper echelons formerly were all Ji Kanglin's people now. All disputes would appear that feeble and weak. Of course, actually, when the vast majority of the people heard Divine Tao secret canon and divine artifact, these two terms, they all revealed greedy look. The Medicine King Hall unforeseen accident, that was the Medicine King Hall's own affairs. It had nothing to do with the outside world. Even if Yi Yuan was really this sort of person, it had nothing to do with them too. However, Divine Tao Secret Canon and Divine Artifact, these two things were different. Moreover, with Sun Man's words, them taking action against Yi Yuan would even stand on the side of righteousness. Ji Qingyun, I didn't think that you're actually such a vicious and shameless person. A traitorous villain like you who murders their own father, everyone has the right to punies. Plus, Yu Ximping reproached furiously. Jian Wushuang also could not stand not being in the spotlight, so he reproached, Ji Qingyun, you normally appear gentlemanly, now, you have nothing to say, right? Today, I'm going to carry out justice on behalf of the heaven, and exterminate you, this villain. At this time, Ruan Shuangzhou and the rest behind Yi Yuan were all filled with righteous indignation. They knew that Yi Yuan practically got caught in a hopeless situation himself for white light. How could this kind of person who helped his friend with his life on the line possibly murder his father? But Yi Yuan stopped them with a hand gesture. He just said to Ji Bingyun nonchalantly, "What are you in a daze for? Still not making a move?" Ji Bingyun's face fell, and his figure moved explosively. Seeing Ji Bingyun take action, Jian Wushuang could not contain himself anymore and roared out, "Ji Bingyun, I'll lend you a helping hand." Yu Ximping also yelled out, "My Fiend Blade Mountain cannot bear the sight of this kind of wicked people the most. Kill." Right at this moment, a bolt of lightning flashed across the void. Another figure suddenly charged out. It was precisely the Thunder Cry Divine King. In an instant, four mighty apex experts charged over toward Yi Yuan with a besieging momentum. That aura practically suffocated people. Among the four people, there were even two who were Void Mystic Realm experts. While on Yi Yuan's side, there was only Kuang Tianming, one Void Mystic expert. With this, Lord Qingyunzi is dead for sure. Sigh. I say, you guys, is he really this sort of villainous traitor who murders his own father? I don't believe this. Lord Qingyunzi is praised by the people. How can he possibly be this sort of person? It's merely a one-sided story from that Sun Man. Sigh, no matter what, Qingyunzi has made too many enemies. These four great experts surrounding and attacking, he has no possibility of escaping alive at all. Everyone was feeling sorry. These four great experts joining hands, it was virtually a certain death scenario. But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of making a move. He stood with his hands behind his back, as if it did not concern him. Kuang Tianming did not have the slightest hesitation and directly clashed with the Thunder Cry Divine King. The two of them were sworn enemies. Right then, Wu Luo and Jiang Taitsang, the two people erupted with an aura that made people astounded, making the three people who were currently ing over greatly astonished. Divine King Domain. These two people both broke through to the realm of Void Mystic? How is this possible? This is also too freakish, right? A few days ago, these two people were still ordinary deity realms and needed to use the Golden Needle acupoint piercing method before they can unleash the combat strength of peak divine kings. It's only been a few days, and they actually both broke through to the realm of Void Mystic. Originally I thought that Qingyunzi was a soft persimmon. I didn't think that their side actually produced two additional Void Mystic powerhouses all at once. With this, wouldn't Qingyunzi become the number one force? Ji Bingyun Trio's figures stopped abruptly, forcefully stopping in midair. Facing two mighty Void Mystic experts, the three of them were not enough at all. What? Weren't you still pretty haughty just now? Saying you wanted to kill His Excellency? Why all shriveled up now? Jiang Taitsang said with a cold smile. His Excellency has deep sentiments and fierce loyalty. You all actually slandered him with words. Deserve death. Wu Luo said, seething with killing intent. Ji Bingyun was still all right, but Jian Wushuang and Yu Xinping's faces were both awful, like they had eaten a fly. They thought that finding a helper this time, they could tyrannize Yi Yuan properly. They did not expect that Yi Yuan summoned 2 mighty void mystic experts with a wave of a hand. With this, they neither advance nor retreat and actually froze there. As for the Thundercry Divine King's side, seeing the sudden change over here, his expression changed greatly too. Lightning flashed, and he actually disappeared with even greater speed than when he came. Yi Yuan looked at Sun Man from far away and said coolly, "Uncle Sun, this is my last time calling you like this. I hope that you don't let me find out you had anything to do with my father's death. Otherwise, your hour of doom won't be far." Chapter 1048. The Immemorial Medicine Garden Opening. Chapter 1048. The Immemorial Medicine Garden Opening. Yi Yuan's threat made Sun Man's expression change. He gave a cold snort and said, "You villainous traitor, you still want to mislead the public? If not for Kanglin having important business to attend to lately, he'll definitely execute you summarily today." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Whatever you say. But my words earlier, you have got to remember them." As he said, he swept past the faces of the Medicine King Hall's people one by one, saying in a cold voice, "You all, if there's one, it counts as one. If you were really compelled by Ji Kanglin to submit to him, I don't blame you guys. But if I discover that any one of you was his accomplice, I, Ji Qingyun, swear here, to definitely bathe the Medicine King Hall in blood in the future." Yi Yuan's words contained an icy intent of slaughter, making everyone feel a chill when they heard. Everyone all sensed his determination. The resentment pent up in the heart for these 20 years, Yi Yuan finally poured it out, making everyone's faces change. Such genuine sentiments were able to move people the most. He wanted to avenge his father. It was naturally impossible to be someone who murders his own father. Like I said, Qin Zi is famed for being loyal. How can he possibly do this sort of treacherous thing like murdering his father? Qin Zi's words earlier were absolutely from the bottom of his heart. Ji Kanglin plotted to harm the Ji father and son. Now, he actually even wants to sling mud at Qin Zi. Truly shameless. Qin Zi hates evil as if it's his enemy and had once eradicated many wicked villains. How could he do such a thing himself? Hearing a series of subdued whispers, Sun Man's face fell slightly. He did not think that the situation he operated painstakingly was actually broken by a sentence from Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan's strength was lacking, he could trample Yi Yuan to death without any scruple. But sadly, Yi Yuan created 2 void mystic experts overnight. This was simply something appalling to the ears. Counting in Kuang Tianming, Yi Yuan's side with 3 mighty void mystic experts was sufficient to contend with any faction. Actually, even Jiang Taitsong and Wu Luo themselves were also akin to have fallen into cloud and mist right now. This sort of feeling was seriously too wonderful. The 2 of their talents were abnormally high. But to talk about breaking through to void mystic realm, it was still a little lacking. But the arcane insight rank pure source infusion divine pill that Yi Yuan refined punched through that layer of windowpane paper without a hitch. These few days, Yi Yuan was in close seclusion inside the vast heaven pag. Oda. Laying down a powerful isolating array formation, he finally refined arcane insight rank pure source infusion divine pills. Jiang Taitsong and Wu Luo would never have dreamed that not only did the 2 of them completely recover their strength, they even went a step further, breaking through to void mystic realm. Although just broken through to the realm of void mystic, their strengths were vastly inferior compared to even Yu Xinping. But void mystic realm was void mystic realm. This was the divine realm's pinnacle-most existence. Right then, an intense tremor occurred ahead. Violent essence energy burst forth like floodwater breaking a dam. The ancient grand array which sealed the immemorial medicine garden finally opened up a crack. The immemorial medicine garden was finally opening. With this, everyone could not contain themselves, flooding over into the immemorial medicine garden like tidewater. Sun Man gave a cold snort and said to Ji Bingyun, "Let's go." Yu Ximping shot Yi Yuan a hateful glare and said, "Brat, consider yourself lucky. Let's go." In a blink, tens of thousands of martial artists flooded into the immemorial medicine garden. "My lord, are we just letting them go like this? We have 3 great void mystic experts currently. Are we still afraid of these BASTARDS? Jiang Taitsong said. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Sun Man's strength, I'm clearest about it. If he wasn't wary of others benefiting from the struggle and wanting to preserve their strength to enter the immemorial medicine garden as well, with the 2 of your strength, it's completely not enough for him to be wary of." Jiang Taitsong could not help choking up as he said in disbelief, "I, old Jiang, am in any case a void mystic powerhouse too. It's not to the extent of not even having the strength to retaliate, right?" Kuang Tianming by the side said coolly, "If I wasn't injured, killing the 2 of you won't expend much strength. But my strength is inadequate to look at in front of Sun Man all the same." When Jiang Taitsong and Wu Luo, the 2 of them, heard it, they could not help sucking in a cold breath. Initially, that bit of smugness because of breaking through to the realm of void mystic was instantly struck down until it was severely bruised. The realm of void mystic similarly had the distinction of superiority or inferiority. But it did not have specific divisions of realms. The relative superiority or inferiority in strength was completely based on the martial artist's own comprehensions toward heavenly Tao. Sun Man was once the Medicine King Hall's number 2 expert, his strength second only to Hall Master Ji Xingyang. His strength could be imagined. Martial artists who had just entered the realm of void mystic completely could not stir up any waves in front of him. Ao Qian also let out an emotional sigh as he said, "This old man not emerging for 20,000 years, I didn't expect that strength of martial artists these days already shook this old man off by a great deal." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "You don't need to belittle your capabilities either. When we find a 100,000-year-old heart and GRAS, even if you don't reach the height of the 10 great divine kings, you absolutely won't be the least bit inferior compared to Sun Man too." Speaking of this, Ao Qian also had a look of antic. 1. P. Asian as he said, "Honestly speaking, seeing these 2 punks' medicinal effects, I'm really craning my neck in antic. 1 P. Asian of the Unreal Enlightenment Divine Pill." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Unreal Enlightenment Divine Pill, I can't refine it yet in my current state. Need the Divine Soul Realm to improve further for it to work. Alright, let's go into." In this short while, there was already a large batch of martial artists that flooded into the immemorial medicine garden. Yi Yuan's party was already half a beat slow. Walking into the immemorial medicine garden, sensing the abnormally thick essence energy undulations immediately gave people a feeling of being refreshed in mind and spirit. Violent essence energy instantly rushed into all of the limbs and bones in Yi Yuan's body, making him feel like his thoughts were incomparably smooth. Really worth of being the immemorial medicine garden. No wonder it can inoculate so many natural treasures. Wu Luo said with an emotional sigh. Yi Yuan nodded his head when he heard that and said, "The immemorial medicine garden has already existed for countless years and already had countless martial artists enter inside before too. But the regions that these people truly reached were likely less than 1,000th of the immemorial medicine garden. The truly good stuff, with the current divine realm martial artist's strength, they can't go in at all." Ao Qian said, "My lord, they all said that divine rank spirit medicines are coming into being this time. Could it be true?" The immemorial medicine garden's abnormal activities this time attracted a large batch of experts over. Just the super Holy Land's 4 houses came. Such a lineup did not exist when the immemorial medicine garden opened in the past. Probably only when divine rank spirit medicines came into being could it draw so many powerful factions too, right? Yi Yuan smiled lightly when he heard that and said, "Divine rank spirit medicine, even if they obtain them, who has the ability to refine out medicinal pills? Furthermore, even if those few came, they might not be able to gain any advantages at the hands of divine rank spirit medicines either, right? What's truly terrifying inside this immemorial medicine garden are not those desolate beasts, but those spirit medicines that became spirits." Sup 1/sup. When everyone heard Yi Yuan's words, their expressions all became slightly apprehensive. These few people were all very old figures already. But this version, it was still their first time hearing. Except, calculating based on Yi Yuan's age, it should be his first time entering here too, right? Why would he know so clearly? "Milord, then, where should we go now?" Jiang Taitsong asked. Chapter 1049, Purple Evil Skygloom. Chapter 1049, Purple Evil Skygloom. The immemorial medicine garden was very large. Several tens of thousands of martial artists went it. Very quickly they dispersed. Those super Holy Lands experts were long gone already. They simply turned their noses up at the spirit medicines in the vicinity and immediately hastened to the divine rank spirit medicines in the deep regions. Yi Yuan did not stop either. Their party was going to look for a 100,000-year-old heart and GRAS first, and a 100,000-year-old heart and GRAS was impossible to find in the outer regions. Rumble, rumble. Ruan Shuangzhou and Ao Qian, the two of them each took care of a Tier 9 desolate beast. Ao Qian said with a frown, "We've just reached the 30,000 years region. These desolate beast strengths are actually already this powerful. The immemorial medicine garden opening this time is truly quite extraordinary. Could it be that there really are divine rank spirit medicines coming into being? Yeah. I've come to the immemorial medicine garden before in the past. But the strength of the 30,000-year region's desolate beasts at that time were not this powerful." Ruan Shuangzhou said as well. The immemorial medicine garden's regions were calculated using the age of spirit medicines. Regions below 100,000 years old, 10,000 years per rank. The strength of the desolate beasts would become stronger along with the increase in age. The immemorial medicine garden's desolate beasts, some were present in the divine realm, some were not available in the divine realm. But there was one thing: although the strengths of the desolate beasts here were extremely powerful, they would never take human form. Furthermore, desolate beasts were bloodthirsty by nature. As long as they saw humans, they would launch attacks. There was not the least bit of intellect to speak of at all. It was completely different from the outside words demon race. Hence, that was why they were called desolate beasts. With the strength of Yi Yuan's party, these desolate beasts in the outer regions naturally could not enter their sights. But they could sense the desolate beasts' increase in strength. Dividing spirit medicines according to grade, it was divided into a total of 9 grades. But along with the increase in age, the medicinal effect of the spirit medicines would continue building up. Tier 9 spirit medicines would not advance rank. But along with the increase in age, their medicinal effects would also increase to a rather terrifying level. It was just that these spirit medicines were too rare. It virtually resided in a state of extinction in the outside world. One would only have an opportunity to find them in this immemorial medicine garden. Of course, tremendous risks came along with it too. Yi Yuan also frowned and said, "Looks like the difficulty level of us wanting to find a 100,000-year-old heart and GRAS will likely be quite a bit difficult. In a while, when we reach the 100,000 years region, everybody be more careful. Make sure not to provoke those desolate beasts." 100,000 years was a dividing crest. Reaching the 100,000 years region, the strength of the desolate beasts practically already reached the level of void mystic experts. Going further in, the degree of danger would rise by more than several times. But now the desolate beast's strength as a whole all went up a step. Once they ran into desolate beasts in the 100,000 years region, The consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. Everyone all nodded when they heard this, having solemn looks on their faces. The party was cautious. Using 3 days' time, they finally entered the 100,000 years region. Heart NGRAS normally grows in the cracks of rock. Let's head into that valley to search, Yi Yuan said and pointed to a direction. In terms of mastery over spirit medicines, these former big shots could not catch up to Yi Yuan even if they whipped their horses. There was naturally no objections. The party followed step by step and walked into a valley and started searching. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's entire body trembled and he said, That is purple evil sky gloom. A 100,000-year-old purple evil sky gloom. Haha, our luck is seriously too good. Far away, a stalk of purple-colored spirit medicine was very conspicuous. Fragrance spilled over. One look, and it was clear that it was not an ordinary item. This place was the 100,000 years region. No need to think, and one would also know that it was good stuff. Although this place was called the 100,000 years region, it did not mean that there were spirit medicines all over the place here. On the contrary, the land here was vast, and the medicine scarce. Finding a stock of 100,000-year-old spirit medicine was also not much different from winning the lottery. A single misstep and one would even be chased down by desolate beasts endlessly. Everyone was perplexed and asked Yi Yuan, "My lord, what is the purple evil sky gloom?" Tier 9 spirit medicines were extremely rare. Moreover, along with the difference in age, changes would even occur to their form. Let alone martial artists, even many alchemy emperor experts could not recognize at all when they saw some rarely seen spirit medicines. Yi Yuan was rather agitated as he said, "The purple evil sky gloom is a kind of extremely rare tier 9 spirit medicines. It carries a portion of heavenly Tao laws naturally, which is extremely hard to form. A 100,000-year-old purple evil sky gloom can make void mystic experts advance a step further." Hearing Yi Yuan say finish, everyone trembled all over. Especially Ao Qian and Kuang Tianming, they were both already veteran void mystic powerhouses. They were deeply aware of how difficult it was for void mystic experts to improve even a little. But, with this purple evil sky gloom, just swallowing it could let void mystic experts break through their original strength. This was simply a heaven-defying treasure. My lord, is this whatever purple evil sky gloom really that incredible? Ao Qian said rather disbelievingly. Yi Yuan was quite excited as he said, "This is only just the effects of swallowing the spirit medicines. I saw before a pill formula in an ancient record. One of the core medicines in this pill formula is the purple evil sky gloom. If refined it into a pill, just think how powerful its medicinal effects will be." Kuang Tianming drew a deep breath and said, "Then still waiting for what, younger brother? Let's quickly go and harvest it." Yi Yuan nodded his head and stepped forward. He carried some agitation and walked over towards the purple evil sky gloom. Roar! Everyone had just walked halfway when a terrifying roar sounded out, making everyone's expressions change. An enormous bull-shaped desolate beast walked out from the depths of the valley. That aura, even when a void mystic powerhouse like Jiang Taitsang saw it, he also shuddered. This large bull was practically 3 people high and over 100 feet long. Each step it took, the earth seemed to be quaking. Yi Yuan's expression changed and he said, "Not good, this is wild earth bull. Its strength absolutely doesn't lose out to void mystic realm powerhouses. This, my lord, he already blocked the purple evil sky gloom. Are we still going over or not?" Jiang Taitsang said with an ugly expression. Yi Yuan rebuked, "You go over if you want to. I don't want to die. Quickly run." Still in a daze for what? While talking, that wild earth bull already accelerated and galloped over. Before the bull arrived, that terrifying impact force already arrived in front of everybody. Seeing this sort of power and momentum, How could Jiang Taitsong still dare to be concerned about what purple evil sky gloom? He turned his BUTT around and ran. One should not simply look at how the wild earth bull's size was Ma's sieve, its movements were actually incomparably agile. In a blink of an eye, it caught up to Yi Yuan and the others. Jiang Taitsong saw that they could not escape and yelled out, "Wu Luo, fight it out with him! Retreat while fighting! Cover His Excellency out of the valley!" Wu Luo also understood without many words. The two people's divine king domains opened fully and directly clashed with the wild earth bull. Rumble! A tremendous impact actually directly knocked Wu Luo and Jiang Taitsong, the two of them, flying. This wild earth bull's strength was too terrifying. Wu Luo and Jiang Taitsong fought as they retreated, very quickly covering Yi Yuan out of this stretch of valley. The wild earth bull still did not have its fill and directly followed and charged out. When Yi Yuan's party and the wild earth bull all disappeared, a figure slowly appeared and came right beside the purple evil sky gloom. A hint of a smug smile curled at the corners of his mouth. A bunch of fools. Busying about for half a day, didn't it still benefited me, Wu Yuanxiao? This person was precisely the Thundercry Divine King, Wu Yuanxiao, who was hiding at that place all along. Chapter 1050. No discussion about scamming you. Chapter 1050. No discussion about scamming you. What the Thundercry Divine King was most adept in, apart from lightning-style cultivation methods, was this concealment and tracking art. Along the way, he had been following Yi Yuan's party all along, wanting to fish in troubled waters. If Yi Yuan they all encountered great danger, he did not mind supplementing a knife from the back. If Yi Yuan they all found good stuff, he could also beat them to the draw. He did not recognize this purple evil sky gloom either. But Yi Yuan's words earlier made him endlessly moved. Any void mystic expert also probably would not be unmoved hearing Yi Yuan's words. He was still planning on how to cut in just now. He did not expect a wild earth bull to suddenly charge out. Truly obtained it without any effort at all. This fine item, I'll accept it. Wu Yuanxiao was wildly ecstatic in his heart, reaching his hand out, wanting to pluck the purple evil sky gloom. Right then, a purple light flashed from the purple evil sky gloom. Wu Yuanxiao's expression changed, and he instinctively wanted to shrink back. However, it was already too late. The purple light actually pierced through his essence energy HI plus ELD incomparably swift and fiercely, stabbing him. In an instant, a wave of black aura followed along the wound, wanting to creep upwards. Venomous! Wu Yuanxiao's expression changed drastically, and he frenziedly urged his Emperor Qi, wanting to force the venom out of the wound. However, it was not over yet. Rumble! An enormous snake shot up to the sky from beneath the earth, opened its gaping maws, and bit down at Wu Yuanxiao. How could Wu Yuanxiao still bother about forcing out the venom? He instantly opened up his divine king domain. HI, plussing his hand, a bolt of lightning charged towards the Ma's sieve snake. Rumble! The Ma's sieve snake also spewed out a violent essence energy attack, directly class HI plus-ing together with Wu Yuanxiao. Under an attack, they were actually evenly matched. That enormous snake seemed to have went nut. It continuously unleashed attacks at Wu Yuanxiao. The one snake and one human started a great battle in the valley. Wu Yuanxiao was incomparably alarmed in his heart. This Ma's sieve snake's strength was actually very nearly the same as his. His expression became ugly. He could distinctly sense that the venom from the wound earlier were creeping into his body again. Right then, several figures rose and dipped and appeared in the valley. They were none other than precisely Yi Yuan and the others who had just left the valley. Wu Yuanxiao was currently in the heat of battle, but the appearance of Yi Yuan's group could not hide from his ears and eyes at all. This made him instantly have a foreboding premonition. Hoo-hoo, truly touching. Thundercry, I really don't know how to thank you. This heaven-devouring python is the purple evil skygloom's guardian beast. I was just fretting over what to do, but you lured him away. You're such a good guy. This Yi is shedding tears of gratitude. Yi Yuan's words were said very sincerely, but the teasing look on his face was displayed completely. Hearing these words, how could Wu Yuanxiao still not know that he was duped? Turned out that this guy had long known that he had been following them all along. That was why he set up such a play, making him fall into the trap himself. But he was already very careful this time, and followed very far away the whole time. Moreover, his concealment and tracking art was unleashed to the limit. He was confident that it was sufficient to hide from void mystic experts, but why could he not even hide from a first-level Tao profound fellow? Also, what was the deal with that wild earth bull? Could it be that this Ji Qingyun could even communicate with this desolate beast to cooperate with him and act out a show? Even if Ji Qingyun had this ability, there was also no time to go and do this. The moment wild earth bulls see forest joy it will go crazy. Still remember that stalk of spirit medicine I plucked at the 70,000 years region? That is a forest joy SS. Now, that wild earth bull has already chased my clone out far away. Oh, your concealment and tracking art is indeed very impressive, but sorry about that. I recently had some breakthroughs in Heart Realm again. The level of skill you have is not enough. Yi Yuan seemed to know what Wu Yuanxiao wanted to ask and directly answered him altogether. Hearing Yi Yuan's words far away, Wu Yuanxiao nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. His aura was chaotic, and he nearly got swept by the heaven-devouring python's tail. Anger attacking the heart, that venom already crept up his arm following his blood. He was incapable of speaking currently, and could only listen to Yi Yuan rattle on non-stop. Oh, I forgot to tell you. The purple evil skygloom can't be picked like that. You need to pluck it with the power of flames, then seal it using a jade bottle. This purple evil skygloom's poison is very formidable. Don't look at how you're a void mystic expert. If the venom flow to the heart channels, your cultivation realm will fall drastically even if you don't die. If I were you, I'd hurry and find a place to enter close seclusion and force the poison out right now. Otherwise, body can save you. Oh, don't think about redirecting the troubled waters. You touch the purple evil skygloom, the heaven-devouring python will keep chasing you down. As for whether or not you can shake him off before the poison kicks in, it will depend on your luck, Yi Yuan said unhurriedly. Pooh! Wu Yuanxiao finally could not resist spewing out a mouthful of blood. Yi Yuan was like a roundworm in his stomach, completely aware of what he was thinking. He did indeed had the idea of redirecting the troubled waters just now. But Yi Yuan actually saw through him with one glance. Furthermore, hearing Yi Yuan's words, Wu Yuanxiao's entire person went cold. This poison was actually so formidable? At this point, rather believe that it exists than not. Thinking up to here, how could Wu Yuanxiao still dare to stay? He opened up his divine king domain and suddenly erupted with a shocking attack, immediately blasting the heaven-devouring python far away. He immediately did not dare to stay either, directly urging his movement technique to the limits and fled for his life. The heaven-devouring python seemed to have been enraged by Wu Yuanxiao's blow and directly dashed at full speed towards outside of the valley. Its speed was actually not the slightest bit slow. Seeing this scene, everyone behind Yi Yuan was speechless. Just earlier, they were also all kept in the dark by Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan use a clone to lure the wild earth bull away, each and every one of them even chuckled inwardly. When they saw Wu Yuanxiao being attacked by the heaven-devouring python, they all had blank looks, uncertain about what happened. Only when Yi Yuan explained clearly did they come to a realization. While currently, the most agitated one was none other than the extreme sword divine king, Kuang Tianming. He and Wu Yuanxiao were sworn enemies. These few years, there was no lack of being hunted down by him. Yet Wu Yuanxiao, this fellow's concealment and tracking art was extremely brilliant. Huang Tianming could not shake him off no matter what. He knew that Yi Yuan doing all this today was all for the sake of helping him take revenge. How could he not be moved? Younger brother Yu, what do you want elder brother to say about you? This great gift is seriously too unexpected. Huang Tianming said agitatedly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, this guy has been following behind us the entire time, harboring malicious intentions. It just so happened to have given me an opportunity to help elder brother take revenge. Us brothers don't have to say this sort of distant words. Huang Tianming nodded and said, all right, us brothers won't regard each other as strangers. When elder brother heals from my injuries, I'll accompany you along to charge up to the Medicine King Hall. I don't believe that Ji Kanglin, this guy, can cover the sky with one hand. Yi Yuan said smilingly, even if elder brother doesn't say, I'll also invite you along. But, the urgent matter on hand, let's better treat your injuries. Milord, why do I feel like you're very familiar with this place? Jiang Taitsong suddenly asked a sentence absent-mindedly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, because I came here before. Chapter 1051. Bringing Disaster to the Fishes in the Moat. Chapter 1051. Bringing disaster to the fishes in the moat, my lord. You came to the immemorial medicine garden before? How is this possible? Jiang Taitsong could not help opening his eyes wide, as he said in disbelief. Yi Yuan's past, the people present were already all aware. Counting in his years in this previous life, Yi Yuan was at the very most also just a little over 500 years old right now. While the immemorial medicine garden itself opened every 500 years. How could Yi Yuan have possibly come in before? Not just Jiang Taitsong, even the others also looked at Yi Yuan with doubtful looks. Yi Yuan explained with a smile, what's hard to explain about this? You guys don't forget about my previous life Sidon. The last time the immemorial medicine garden opened, I was merely 11 or 12 years old. But at that time, I already set the alchemy path as the target of my lifetime aspiration. Father personally brought me into the immemorial medicine garden before. It was just that one time and, body knew at all. Everyone exchanged glances. Only now did they know that there was still such a thing. When alchemists cultivated to a peak realm, their combat power was not the slightest bit inferior compared to martial artists. Their divine soul attacks, even void mystic experts felt endless headaches too. Otherwise, what right did Ji Xingyang, an alchemist, had to set up such a large super-holy land single-handedly? And also based on what to suppress an apex expert like Sun Man? With Ji Xingyang's strength, stealthily bringing Yi Yuan into the immemorial medicine garden, it was not surprising that body discovered it at all. No wonder Yi Yuan was able to find this valley. Turns out that he had long known that this place had a purple evil sky gloom, and also knew that this place had a wild earth bull and heaven-devouring python, and specially dug a large pit for Wu Yuanxiao to jump. Everyone could not help pitying Wu Yuanxiao. This guy thought himself to be clever, but from the start, he was already schemed against by Yi Yuan. Huang Tianming sighed with admiration as he said, younger brother, I really didn't discover in the past, when you play tricks, it's not perfunctory at all. Huang Tianming and Yi Yuan were considered old friends already. But only today did he discover that the current Yi Yuan was already not the Ji Qingyun back then. The previous life's Ji Qingyun just studied the alchemy path blindly and exceedingly rarely had his mind wander. But the present Yi Yuan was decisive in going for the kill and coped with all matters with schemes. Others virtually could not gain any bit of advantage at his hands. Yi Yuan said with a smile, merely forced by the circumstances. In the past, I wasn't willing to have these schemes. But after reincarnating, my strength is too weak. Not having some schemes, it will probably be very hard to survive until today. Quang Tianming's expression became stern, and he nodded his head. Although only 20 years had passed, said these 20 years to Yi Yuan, he probably experienced a great deal. Yi Yuan slowly came in front of the purple evil sky gloom and directly chopped it off with a fire blade. The purple evil sky gloom was felled at the sound of it. Yi Yuan guided with essence energy, drawing it into a jade bottle prepared long ago. "My lord, is this purple evil sky gloom really as miraculous as you said?" Jiang Taitsong said curiously. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Just bluffing that fellow. If you really swallow this thing, it will be weird if you aren't poisoned to death. How can it be that easy for void mystic experts to want to break through? Although this purple evil sky gloom naturally carries heavenly Tao laws, it's extremely limited too. If it's refined into a pill, it's really able to help void mystic experts comprehend heavenly Tao. It's just that the other few core medicines are similarly very hard to source. Unless this purple evil sky gloom can grow to 1,000,000 years old." The moment Quang Tianming heard, he could not help laughing as he said, "You brat, hoo-hoo, I'm really convinced by you. Wu Yuanxiao, that guy probably even has the will to die right now, right?" "Pooh work," Wu Yuanxiao sprinted wildly. He was bitten by a heaven-devouring python. A moment of carelessness, and he was struck by the heaven-devouring python again. Now, he was already severely wounded and dying. The heaven-devouring python's strength was around his level to begin with. At this time, the purple evil sky gloom poison already gradually spread. When one aspect was weaker, the others would be stronger. He was completely not the heaven-devouring python's match anymore. At this time, he could only flee for his life. But the faster he ran, the shorter the time taken for the poison to flare up. This purple evil sky gloom's poison was truly formidable. Even with his void mystic realm Emperor Qi, it still could not stop its corrosion. Currently, he was already seething with hatred towards Yi Yuan in his heart. Except, he knew that if the heaven-devouring python continued pursuing like this, he would have no chance at all to go and take revenge. Right then, Wu Yuanxiao suddenly saw that there was a group of people ahead, and was immediately overjoyed. This was his final stock of life-saving straw. Hence, he mustered up essence energy and sprinted over there frenziedly. Help! Wu Yuanxiao used the last of his strength to yell out. "Over here, the 7 Absolute Cities' Deputy City Lord." He Dajiang's brows furrowed as he said, "Who is it? To actually draw over such a powerful desolate beast?" The Yu Xinping by his side strained his eyes to look into the distance and said with a frown, "That movement technique flows like lightning. It should be the thunder cry divine king, Wu Yuanxiao. Brother he seems to be crying for help." He Dajiang said indifferently, "No need to worry about him. This guy isn't some good person either. Save us the trouble." But Yu Xinping said with knitted brows, "This guy seems to have suffered serious injuries. Although this desolate beast is powerful, with his strength, it shouldn't be to the extent of getting into such a mess, right? Not good. This guy is heading over to our side. He wants to redirect the troubled waters." He Dajiang's expression darkened too, dousing Wu Yuanxiao in a torrent of abuse in his heart. He did not know that while the heaven-devouring python seemed violent, it would not attack them at all. Seeing Wu Yuanxiao head over in this direction, they even thought that they could not escape, and could only take action to deal with the heaven-devouring python. He Dajiang's expression became intent. With a flash, he already arrived before the heaven-devouring python and said with a cold snort, "Vile beast, scram further away for this old man." The heaven-devouring python only wanted to pursue Wu Yuanxiao wholeheartedly. I did not expect that someone actually dared to block its path. It immediately roared and attacked He Dajiang. He Dajiang's face fell, and he said, "Vile beast, courting death," only to see his aura release fully. A terrifying divine king domain instantly expanded out. A light and fleeting palm smacked out. It was only to hear a bang, sending the gigantic heaven-devouring python out far away. Roar! The heaven-devouring python repeatedly cried out. Its ma's sieved body squirmed wantonly in the air, terrifying to the extreme. Suddenly, Dajiang's expression changed, and he said, "Not good, quickly leave this place." Just as he was talking, that heaven-devouring python suddenly opened his sieve maws wide. A large cloud of green-colored smoke sprayed out from its mouth. When the 7 absolute cities people saw the situation, their expressions all changed greatly. Each and every one of them displayed their movement techniques, fleeing desperately for their lives. This green fog was a highly toxic thing. With one glance, how could they dare to touch? Indeed, places that the green fog said through, flowers and grass withered completely. The whole process was incomparably toxic. In a blink of an eye, there were disciples from 7 Absolute City and Fiend Blade Mountain, whose strengths were slightly weaker, collapsing onto the ground. Vile beast, seeking death. Dajiang could not help flying into a great rage and suddenly smacked a palm out. This palm, the power seemed to be several times greater compared to that palm from before. Rumble! The heaven-devouring python was directly smacked out 100,000 feet away, collapsing onto the ground and started spasming. The power of Dajiang's one palm was actually daunting to the extreme. Hurry up and leave this area. Take care not to be infected by the toxic gas. I'll go and slay this fiend. Dajiang shouted out and charged over towards the heaven-devouring python. Swoosh! The heaven-devouring python that was originally still twitching on the ground actually came back to life and directly escaped into the distance. Chapter 1052. Working in Cahoots. Chapter 1052. Working in cahoots. Dajiang also did not expect that this heaven-devouring python was actually this resistant to a beating. That bit just now was actually just feigning death. It was already too late to want to pursue again. At present, they had already entered the 100,000 years region. If he left rashly, it would be very easy for the main unit to encounter the attacks of desolate beasts. Helpless, he could only watch the heaven-devouring python make a clean getaway. Returning to count the disciples, Dajiang immediately flared up with rage. The heaven-devouring python's cloud of poisonous smog earlier actually directly poisoned several dozens disciples of the 2 great factions to death. It could be said to be heavy losses. Among these disciples, there was quite a number of elite disciples that he specially brought out this time to temper themselves. He did not think that before even entering the dangerous regions they actually died just like that bafflingly. Thinking up to here, his fury directly turned on to Wu Yuanxiao. Looking at Wu Yuanxiao again, his entire face already became a pale purple color. Especially his lips, it was even blackish purple. Brother this matter, it's all that Ji Qingyun's fault. May I be permitted to force out the poison and treat my injuries first? Wu Yuanxiao already almost could not speak anymore. He could only use Emperor Qi to guard his heart channels at this time to prevent immediate death from the poison flaring up. As for the rest, he could only slowly figure it out again. Of course, the prerequisite was that Dajiang could let him off. When Dajiang heard this, his brows furrowed and he said, "You went to provoke that Ji Qingyun?" Wu Yuanxiao nodded his head weakly and briefly recounted the entire sequence of events. He said with a sigh, "I didn't think that this brat's strength is measly right now, but he's actually so troublesome as well." Dajiang and Yu Xinping exchanged a glance, both revealing a thick look of apprehension. Although Ji Qingyun only had first-level Dao profound strength at the moment, it seemed like he was even harder to tangle with compared to his previous life. In his past life, although his status was extremely high, he wasn't so terrifyingly scheming. But the Ji Qingyun in this life, his mentality was clearly exceedingly mature already. "Brother as long as you let me force out the poison and treat my injuries, I, Wu Yuanxiao, am willing to swear a heavenly Dao oath to lend a helping hand to your 7 absolute city inside this immemorial medicine garden. All of the spirit medicines that I obtain will all belong to the 7 absolute city. Wu Yuanxiao gasped for air as he said. This was already Wu Yuanxiao's final chip. This trip to the immemorial medicine garden, he originally came with a gloating expression. But now, he had utterly stumbled. And all of this was all thanks to Yi Yuan. He was already not thinking about other things now. He was only thinking of taking revenge on Yi Yuan. Wu Yuanxiao knew that the 7 absolute cities' opponents this time were many. Divine rank spirit medicines coming into being, these few major forces were bound to unfurl an intense slaughter. An additional void mystic expert holding down the fort, the 7 absolute cities' chances of victory would clearly be much greater. Sure enough, hearing Wu Yuanxiao's words, the killing intent in He Dajiang's eyes faded away considerably. Indeed, the immemorial medicine garden's commotion this time was too great. None of these major factions would let such an opportunity slip by. At that time, when divine rank spirit medicines came into being, they would definitely get into a free-for-all fight. If Wu Yuanxiao could swear a heavenly Tao oath, it could be taken into consideration. Wu Yuanxiao was an itinerant cultivator, no sect, no faction. Joining the 7 absolute cities camp did not have much burden either. Fine. If you can help this seat obtain divine rank spirit medicines, the matter this time will be dropped at that. He Dajiang said in a cold voice. Wu Yuanxiao nodded his head feebly and started to purge the poison to treat his injuries. His condition, even swearing a heavenly Tao oath was enough to choke on. Void mystic experts were indeed incomparably powerful. That purple evil skygloom's poison, even if divine king experts were hit by it, it was certain death too. But with the pious sage of time, Wu Yuanxiao forcefully forced out most of the poison. Ji Qingyun, if I don't avenge this grudge, I, Wu Yuanxiao, am not a human. Wu Yuanxiao slowly stood up and gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said. He had become famous for many years. Ever since stepping into Void Mystic, he had yet to suffer such a great loss before. This time, he nearly lost even his small life. How could he not hate? Yu Xinping shot Wu Yuanxiao a glance rather sympathetically, thinking to himself that the loss he suffered at Ji Qingyun there was seriously nothing compared to Wu Yuanxiao. After Yi Yuan collected the purple evil sky gloom, he walked even deeper into that valley. The group of people following behind Yi Yuan was endlessly shocked. Ever since after scamming Wu Yuanxiao, their party no longer ran into desolate beasts. Only then did Ao Qian and the others came to a realization. Turned out that the desolate beasts they ran into along the way were all intentional by Yi Yuan. The goal was in order to beguile Wu Yuanxiao. Yi Yuan was completely traveling the path with ease and knew this place well. This 100,000 years region, he simply knew it like the palm of his hand. "My lord, you're simply cheating here. Why do I feel like you're just like in your own backyard within this immemorial medicine garden?" Jiang Taitsong said in shock. The others did not speak, but look at the expressions, they were roughly thinking the same as Jiang Taitsong. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "My father was the divine realm's strongest alchemist, not one of." Each time the immemorial medicine garden opened, he would enter inside and was already thoroughly familiar with this place long ago. That year, when I came in with him, I was only playing a supporting role by the side, and pretty much memorized the terrain here while I was at it. When everyone heard, they all sucked in a cold breath. Yi Yuan said it casually, but the terrain inside this immemorial medicine garden was incomparably convoluted. Moreover, array formations revolved around inside. Wanting to remember all of the terrain features was simply even harder than ascending to the heavens. Back then, he, an 11 or 12 years old brat, actually had such remarkable memory. This was simply something inconceivable. Forget about 11 or 12 years old, even they right now could not remember it either. This guy in front of them was simply freakish without limits. But milord, since you're so familiar with this place, why not harvest away all of the spirit medicines? Disregarding other places, just these 100,000-year-old spirit medicines, bringing them out are all priceless treasures. Jiang Taitsong said with a greedy look. But Yi Yuan shook his head when he heard that and said, to alchemists, spirit medicines are life. But draining the pond to catch all of the fish, this sort of thing goes against natural laws. If one really does it, one will suffer heavenly punishment. Back then, Father bringing me in here was primarily in order to let me familiarize with these spirit medicines' medicinal properties and experience it firsthand a little. As for harvesting them away, that's a big no-no. There's still this reasoning? Jiang Taitsong said in surprise. Yi Yuan nodded and said, spirit medicines are born from heaven and earth. The more powerful the spirit medicines, the greater that spiritual qi contained. Such a place like the immemorial medicine garden, one must make sure not to clean away all these spirit medicines. Jiang Taitsong mumbled to himself when he heard that, most likely, apart from a freak like milord and body can collect away all of these spirit medicines either, right? This point, thinking about Wu Yuanxiao's outcome, and one would know. The spirit medicines in this 100,000 years region were not that easy to harvest. Yi Yuan brought the people below a cliff. Lifting his hand and looking over, he said, that's a 100,000-year-old heart and GRS. 500 years have passed, said, it's indeed still here. Seeing the heart and GRS. Ao Qian's entire body trembled too, his emotions unable to calm down. Yi Yuan said with a smile, you don't have to be so agitated either. An unreal enlightenment divine pill refined from a 100,000-year-old heart and GRS. Is unable to let you recover to your peak strength too. At the very most, it's also just reaching the strength of that golden needle acupoint piercing. Ao Qian nodded and said, this old man knows. But that is already sufficient.